not in the dead of summer. Just doesn't work. But we'll see. Maybe get a 5 kilowatt amplifier. Well,
all right,
like
welcome to the stream, ESSB, Ragchu,
people are saying without an SDR.
Wednesday, May the 21st. Just getting started here.
There was something I did.
5:16 p.m. on the West Coast.
Tire for my little rim that I bought. I'm having a hell of a time getting the carrier for it on this Ford Transit Connect because the whole carrier is a dealer item only, and I have just a frayed cable. It's a real weird thing. It has a hexagon nut as you open the back door of the van, and you're supposed to put the lug nut wrench, which has a big hex nut on the end of it, and that's how you drop the tire. It's on a cable. When it drops down, then you unbolt it from there when it's on the ground. Well, the thing is that cable is kind of frayed. I can't seem to find the cable by itself, and there's $300 some odd to buy the whole spare carrier, is what it's called. And I'm not about to do that. I think I'm going to search around for the junkyards around here, and maybe they can network and come across with something like that. Because for lack of a cable, $300 plus bucks, forget it. Let's see. You said Russ. If Russ don't answer, Scotty, Can6IQ.
CL.
Okay, Noel, we got you. You're coming up real quick. We'll get right to you. If Russ doesn't answer, LEP Larry, go ahead and pick it up.
You here in a minute.
Double.
Larry, that time you were solid Q5 to me, and it seems like, the situation between you and at least me, I can't speak for the rest of it, however, you had a good connection with Don earlier, but for me at least, it's kind of amazing. You go from kind of hard to copy, and then it's like you flip a switch, and typically at about this time, or maybe even a little bit later, it starts picking up, and then all of a sudden it kind of goes good. So at least for me, no need to set out the next round, but I won't speak for everybody else. I guess they can comment on how they were able to hear you last time. Anyway, over to you, Noel. How's the wheelchair mount going? N06EL W6LEP.
I'm sure he's hearing you. Noel, go ahead. All right, well, we'll leave him on the list. Yeah, Larry, I just texted you the specifications as far as weight and dimensions for that battery. I cannot believe how much they've gone up in price. I'm glad I bought mine when I bought them. Mine were under $500, and now they're...
Is the frequency in use from N6MUD San Diego?
was crap, and their paperwork on the build is crap. And I got the hell
Wow,
beat
look
on
at that
it, but
IMD.
I finally was able to get it done. It works well, but still I'm giving it a 2.
Well, sorry to hear that. That's why I don't buy stuff from Walmart. Sorry. Don, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, that
Just
is too
listening
bad.
to some
But, I mean,
local
other than all
rag
of
chew
that,
here
it's perfect, right?
while
So,
the
anyway, that,
ESSB
that
wide
silly
crew
size
gets
thing from
fired
the
up here.
1 1/4 to 2 inch thingy. I don't know. I don't get all of that. Anyway, you know, I'm assuming you don't have one of those gigantic wheelchair things. You know, maybe a little scooter or something. And I think they got to be under 300 pounds or something. I think that other hitch would be just fine, but whatever. Let's see how it's going to... Oh, Larry,
we're going to try and
LVP,
stream outside the extra portion,
you're
at least that
15
out
over, so the silly
today.
thing's working. I think the band's starting to come around
Seems like
a
we've
little
got
bit.
quite a
But,
few people
yeah,
out there that are
you're,
interested in
you're out there
participating that don't have
loud
the
and proud.
privileges, so we'll try and
Back over to
work up
Gary,
band more.
N6CNG from KK6R.
I'm hearing you now. Monty, it's over to you.
Okay, yeah, I heard him barely that time, just barely, but I had to use the SDR to do it. Yeah, so thank you, Gary. Well, I'm going to go. I got to get out here and get polishing on these stacks and stuff, so I got some work to do. I got a kid coming over tonight to work on the edge. He's going to get rid of the sensor alarm, so we got to get rid of that. So I'm going to get going, guys. I got things to do, so I will probably catch up.
A radio repair shop. We actually made radios. We had TVs, Zenith, television. You know, that's all gone. You know, it's all gone. So, and we got a new world out there. I hear most of the hams are hanging out on something called FT8. Over.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, I don't get out here that much anymore. There's really not a lot of people I have any interest in talking to, but yeah, I remember the good old days. You know, my father-in-law's been a ham since 1968 or 67. WA1ZBN is his call. He was stationed over in Scotland, but he still, to this day, has nothing but Heath kit equipment. He built it all himself.
On a tabletop and cost, you know, gee, 6 figures, and really.
We went out and paid too much for a used one, a used tire. They're going up. That's crazy. You might as well just go turn around and buy new. They're cheaper, especially mail order. And if you know, Walmart, they kind of network their system, so you can get a set of new tires for quite cheap. I just needed that one spare, so I should have just gone that way and have them take the rim to Walmart and have them install it. So, but next time we'll know. We'll learn our lesson the hard way. Okay, I'm going to make this my last. I'm going to go see what they want me to run for at the dinner market and pick up whatever the main chef desires or wants or whatever. So I'm going to be busy in the mobile doing that. Let's see. I don't know. Russ or Scotty or whoever else. Can 6IQ.
Yeah, Russ is back.
All right, we'll get right to you there, Russ. 7-3, Larry.
7-3, Larry.
Have a good one, Larry.
Okay, so CNG Gary, next time you'll send it to NK6R Russ, and Russ, when you get done, you're going to send it to W6LVP. Go ahead, Russ.
Oh, okay.
I'm just scribbling that stuff down there. Let's see. Anyway, yeah, I did about 3 hours of trail work clearing in our local trails here, about 1.5 miles south of me. They have these little hills, and there's trails everywhere. And there was one area that me and my buddy have been complaining about how overgrown it was getting, and we just took today to grab our battery-operated hedge trimmers, and I've got a small little Makita, not Makita, old Milwaukee chainsaw that runs on battery, and we got after it. And when I was done, I was like, holy cow, I can mountain bike for 3 hours, but boy, doing the trail work, I was wiped out. So anyway, I just had to go get rid of the residuals of that.
Hello Radio is a frequency in use from N6 MUD, November 6 Mike Uniform Delta, San Diego. Let's try that again now with some EQ. Helps out if I turn on my Behringer 2496. Imagine what EQing does. Anyway, there's a frequency in use from N6 MUD, San Diego. Hello 7199 is a frequency in use from N6 MUD. Let's turn on the second receiver here. So Thetis has the ability to monitor a second slice on the same band, so it's called sub-RX. It's probably locked, so maybe not. So now if I just it's locked, so 1 second here. See the primary one is there, this 215, and you see that now we've got this 198. 198 is the primary, the secondary, and the 236, whatever, is the secondary. So anyway, we can listen to 2 slices at once, no problem. One of the great features of the Anan.
To listen right here, and I'm going to go back over here, and I got to stir this stuff, put some water in there, and get the beans out, get ready to mix them. I'm making my dinner. Okay. N7 MIC, K7 ZAR. We'll talk later.
Sounds good. Have a good evening.
W6LVP and a 6CL, and I'm getting RF into my surround sound system. I can't remember the name of it right now, but it's a lot heavier and it's a lot faster. You get to run people over. It goes about 16 miles an hour. Anyway, the lift itself seems to work well, and it beat the crap out of me, as I said, installing it. Their paper instructions left a lot of steps out, a lot of pictures out. They didn't put their nuts and bolts in different bags to help you keep track of everything, so you just had to guess. And what else? Yeah, it was... which is also very, very brief. It goes by very fast, and they had to keep pausing it. And the videos version was a bit easier on the install because they followed different steps than they did on the paper instruction manual. So it was a bit confusing. I had to tear it. I built it, and it didn't work right, so I had to tear it down all the way again and then rebuild it. And finally, I got it, and it seems to be working. And I'll see how it works with the lighter wheelchair. All right, not sure who to pass it to. This is my last transmission because I have to install the other batteries. So say 73 to everybody. Out of breath, under 60, all clear.
Good luck, Noel.
That's 73, Noel.
All right, very good. Yeah, good luck with that, Noel. Sorry you're going through that. Let's see. LVP Larry, that gentleman's name is Will Prouse, and he's got a channel on YouTube, and he's very, very knowledgeable. His videos. And surprised, maybe you guys heard this today, but I was very surprised to hear that Kyle Busch passed away today, only 41 years old, from a non-yet disclosed illness. So sorry to hear about that.
All right, hello radio is a frequency in use, 7195. This is N6MUD. San Diego is a frequency in use. Seems awfully quiet out there today. No wide signals yet. Maybe it's just a little too early. Noise level's kind of high.
surrounded, but until all little smoke emitting things have and the firefighters are really cool dudes, and they kind of kludged me in on a few things, but that's something you can look forward to, is that they might be getting a handle on it. Once they go above 5% contained, like 10 or 15, that means that they've got people in place, and they're pretty certain, unless the winds pick up like Santa Ana style, they should be able to get a good handle on it. So so you could just hope for the best, and Mother Nature's in your favor in that area. I see that it's a really neat area. Wood Ranch looks like it's got there's just all kinds of cool stuff around there, and it looks like it really got around right up against neighborhoods from the northwest portion of this fire. So that's got to be scary when you saw something like that coming towards your house. We don't have that trouble here. We got ocean to the west of us, and farm fields pretty much surrounding us. So I don't think, and our winds are typically northwest. Anyway, that's a geological report from NK6R. Let's see. I'm supposed to send it to Larry, way up there in Larryland, W6LVP. If you can grab it, I will stand by here and have a good listen. NK6R.
Okay, very good, Russ, and thank you for that insight relative to the percentage of containment. I have an app on my phone which is actually bugging me maybe more than alerting, but it's I can't remember what it's called, like Firewatch or something like that, and they have people that providing information and relaying information. I guess I would never have thought that 30-35% was a number where you could actually start maybe relaxing a little bit. So that's really a good piece of information to know. Thank you for that. And Gary, when the Loma Prieta earthquake hit, I was in a meeting in a relatively tall, I mean, this is like 6 or 7 story building in Palo Alto on the peninsula, and the center of the earthquake was in the Santa Cruz Mountains, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 miles from there. And having been in an earthquake a few times in Japan, which is actually a more normal kind of thing, the higher you go up, it's sort of like amplifying the thing, because the building, the ground floor moves, but every floor that goes up moves a little bit more, kind of like swaying back and forth in the wind. So that was a little scary. That's probably the scariest earthquake that I've ever been part of or associated with. Then I went out and got in my car, and what would have been normally a 45-minute or so drive across the Dumbarton Bridge to the East Bay to Pleasanton, where I was living at the time, became a 4 or 5 hour adventure for 2 reasons. First of all, I think they actually shut down all the bridges because, as you may remember, there was a part of the Bay Bridge that actually collapsed, and so the other bridges, the San Mateo Bridge and the Dumbarton Bridge going across the bay, they shut down, and then so that meant that everybody was funneled around the south end of the bay. But then the other problem that hadn't occurred to me is people were afraid to go under underpasses. So you'd have people drive up to the edge of, where the underpass was. They would sit there and wait till it was fully clear, and then they would zip through, hoping that if it was going to fall, it would not catch them. So anyway, it was a bizarre adventure, to say the least. And both myself and my wife were working, and at the time, my youngest kids were just, they were real young, and then had the babysitter taking care of them, nanny taking care of them, and she was young, and was terrified by all this, and I think I had a cell phone. I'm not sure my wife even had a cell phone back in those days, so it was a little bit of a trauma trying to understand all of what was going on. Anyway, bizarre sort of time. Don't enjoy that, and anyway, like I said, I moved down here and had the beauty and joy of the, I don't remember what they called the one in 94 that was up in, up in the, toward the Santa Clarita, actually not too far from where I live now, Santa Clarita, I think, up in that area. W6LVP.
That may have been the Northridge earthquake.
Is a frequency in use from N6MUD.
Lots of damage in the San Fernando Valley, and it took years for those people to rebuild, and what a disaster. And not as long as the folks in Pacific Palisades are dealing with now, trying to get insurance payouts and things like that, but I'm sure there's going to be some lawsuits with that. The insurance company's going to go back to the county or the city and say, hey, we're not going to pay all this claim when you guys didn't have any water in the fire hydrants nor the reservoirs. So anyway, I don't know. I had a really, really productive and busy day today. I had a tree trimmed here, the only tree that I have left, and they did a great job. But I was up early moving things around, making a path for them to get the branches out of it's in the backyard, so I had to make some room and move the patio furniture out from under the gazebo, because they have to go through that to get out to their big grinder truck or whatever you call that thing. Anyway, that was quite an ordeal. It took about half the day, and I had to make a trip to the grocery store because I was out of groceries. And I was thinking, oh gosh, I got to get this project with Larry going. So sorry, Larry, I did not make any progress on that. All I really need to do is
there we go. Trying to find the quiet general frequency here. 5 wide. Is a frequency in use from N6MUD 7.190, San Diego.
Hey, Craig, 10 watts.
Hey, I got you there, George. Sounding good. I can hear you on 10 watts, crystal clear.
That's amazing. Isn't this stuff cool?
Yeah, man, 10 watts. Can't beat it. Love it.
Yeah, that's I have a large antenna on the end of this thing, but this is like your 705.
Isn't that crazy? I have my 705 hooked up. I just use it strictly for remoting these days, listening. In fact, I'm going to use it for listening when I'm in New Zealand through my iPhone. But then when it's not doing that, it's on my Land Cruiser. So it's a versatile radio, man. I love that radio. It's one of my favorite rigs. One of my favorite rigs with knobs and buttons there. Obviously, the G2 is my favorite all-around radio, but 705 is really versatile.
Oh, it is. It's a fantastic radio. I really like it. I have it set up as a emergency portable kit right now. It's in a case with a battery and a tuner, and there's a little adapter so that you can plug the solar panel in to keep the battery charged. It's really nice, and it protects the case. Protects the radio. The case opens up in the front so you can just have access to the front of the radio.
It's really nice. Now I just have to take it out and use the stupid thing.
Oh, that's it, right? You get all these projects, you get all this motivation to do these cool projects, and by the time you get the project done, then it's on to the next project, and you haven't got any time to actually use what you just created. So, yeah, George, I'm definitely been there, done that many times.
Yeah, I kind of go from project to project, and feels like nothing ever really gets, well, it gets done, but then I don't use it. I think you said it really well. I have another project. I spent time and a little bit of money, not too much, building this V antenna. I'm not sure what to call it. Center point for like two 17-foot whips to be plugged into, like 45 degrees, and it's designed to be mounted, not on a very tall base or mast that I have in my house. And I was curious how it would work on 40 meters. Two 17-foot whips. It's about almost like a half wavelength. And so I put it together, got some great metal, drilled everything out, mounted everything. It's sitting on my shelf. Have I used it? Not at all.
Interesting. So those two dipoles that go out at 45-degree angles, do you have a piece of wire that connects them across the top to make like a loop?
I don't, but you could add that in. I thought about actually it's designed with that you could actually build it so that you could build like a full-size loop. And so you have extensions that go horizontal. You have one or two or so vertical sections that will hold the wire. So you could actually have this whole thing go all the way around with 17-foot or larger masts, antennas. And so I thought that was another project I was going to do. So I could get that off the ground for like semi-portable, base installation. But have I done anything with that? No. KJ6LA.
If you're listening to yourself on the stream, man, it's pretty amazing how clear you're coming through on like 10 watts. Even though you're ESSB, I can hear all of the fidelity of your signal, even though you're not, you're S8, whatever. And one of them, you peaked up to S9, but I can hear the fidelity of the audio, even though you're just running 10 watts. It's pretty amazing.
Oh, that's cool. Very cool. Yeah, I'm not listening to it, but I'll have to listen to it later and pick it up. So you're getting more people interested in your stream. I mean, I go through phases where I do a lot of amateur radio, and then I back away from a little bit because I have other things to do. And so I'm getting a little interested in it again. So it's fun to be able to come on and say hi to everybody and chat with all my friends. So I'm wondering, have you got many people, folks, new listeners to your stream?
Well, I have. I mean, there's, I don't know, I think I'm up to like 20-something followers. And I've only been really live streaming for, I think this is a third night live streaming. And then we've got, like, each time I put out a live stream, it gets viewed about, 100 times within the first 24 hours. And that every time I put one out, that goes up. So, yeah, there's some people looking at it. I've got no idea who they are. But people are looking at it, and I guess it's okay. I mean, it's only been around. It's for a very short period of time. So I'm not expecting, it's this type of thing is not like mainstream. So you don't expect thousands of people to view your video right when you release it. So it's not what I'm after. I'm after this more for the people out there who want to experience ESSB. That's all it is. So, but yeah, there's been some traction. So yeah, I think it's a good thing. Hopefully it's opening up some eyes to some people out there who've never experienced ESSB and have no way of listening to ESSB because their radio doesn't do it.
By the way, I'm kicking up the power a little bit, so should be a little bit more audible, though I was probably fine before. Yeah, that's great. I think it's a great use for it. Get some people that maybe can't receive the ESSB signal, and so they get a chance to experience it kind of live or in playback later, and hear the fidelity, hear the conversations, hear everything that we kind of share, and that might encourage some folks to consider asking more information or whatever we can do to help them. They might join the crew, join the movement for the wides, as you've labeled us. I love that.
N6MUD for AD. We've got someone in the passband. Let me just unkey here. I don't want to be... I just picked this frequency because it was quiet when I first came on, but I hear some chatter. Let me see. Is there anyone below us, George?
Okay, go ahead.
I'll take a look.
Check your radio.
I guess maybe they moved, but anyway, I think we're clear for now.
You come right on.
I hear somebody on the frequency, but I can't make out what he's saying.
Yeah, we just got some commentary there, George. Nothing to worry about.
Okay. Well, commentary is it's good. We should see if commentary can join the conversation. That would be good.
I tried yesterday, but I'm trying now.
Yeah, do you have a call sign?
K5 Echo Echo, Texas.
K5 Echo. Oh, you're in Texas?
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. You're S9 into San Diego.
We're running a rhombic antenna out here on the farm. We've got 3 or 4 antennas out here on the farm.
Well, George, do you hear the K5 Echo Echo out of Texas? He's booming in here like S9.
I can hear him a little bit, but I can't really make him out.
Yeah, we're kind of QSB here. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine, but the other gentleman, George, up in Granada Hills, he may have a little bit more noise than I do.
Oh yeah, we have out here on the farm, we got a 1,000-acre farm out here. We had a spot where we could run 4 rhombic antennas in phase, and we can select which direction we want to go.
All right, George, do you want me to relay what he's saying? It's pretty amazing. He's got a rhombic antenna farm out there. He's got many acres of land.
Outstanding. I just switched to Half Moon Bay, and so I can pick him up through that. So that's much better. Very cool. Well, I don't know the gentleman's name, but I got the K5 in Texas and antenna farm. Always wanted one of those. Put it out there along with the corn and the avocados, but it's working well. Picking you up not so loud near Los Angeles, where this was where I'm at, but through our SDR up near San Francisco, you have a great signal up there.
Well,
by the way, the name here is George.
Sorry about that. Anyway, K5 Echo going there. I'm actually north of Dallas, but thanks for letting me jump in.
Oh yeah, don't run away. Name here is George, and the call sign Kilo Juliet 6 Lima Alpha, and we're near Los Angeles.
Okay, I'll try and get back a little bit later.
All right, K5EE from N6MUD in the group. Yeah, you've got a good signal. Having thousands of acres of land and the ability to create antenna farms, rhombic antenna farms, man. What a dream. What an amateur radio operator's dream there, George. So he had a good signal too. At first I didn't believe he's in Texas. That's crazy. It's 5:56 here. We don't get Texas banging in here at 10 over 9 very often this time of the day.
Yeah, totally. And it's right. A antenna farm, rhombic antenna would be like a dream come true. No, you can't quite fit that into my space, but hey, it's I can always hope for the future.
Yeah, he said he tried to get in last night, but we didn't let him in. At first I thought he was a jammer, the guy that's been messing with us because he didn't ID or anything. But he's legit, it sounds like. So good deal. And come back any time there at K5EE with that big antenna farm, big signal out of Texas. So Georgia. Anything new and exciting going on? Did you have to drive into the office today, or did you work from home?
No, I worked from home today. One of the benefits of getting the cataract surgery is that one of my eyes doesn't work with the glasses I have, so I'm kind of temporarily excused from driving in, because I don't know that I'm totally safe to do that. Probably am, but I can at least say that I'm a little bit at risk, which I am. So I get to work from home, which means I get to save a little bit of time in the driving, not that 2.5 hour a day trip in and home. Get to be home, have my snacks. Whenever I want to hang out with my wife, I can walk to the other room and do that. Take a walk outside in the backyard. It's fantastic. So it's nice to be home.
Yeah, not to mention all that time saved sitting in traffic. Honestly, I couldn't go back to an office now. I've been working remote now for many, many years, and maybe once or twice a week at most, but never full time. There's no way. It's not a fact of even money at this point. It's just like I prefer my lifestyle. I don't want to be wasting my time sitting in traffic, and anyway, but glad to hear that you were able to work out of your house there. Probably became more productive, and at the same time, most likely a more or a less stressful environment. So it's a win-win.
Oh, totally. Yeah, Marina and I have talked many times, because when we used to live in Montrose, she would have to drive from Montrose to Culver City through the downtown traffic to and from. And I have a longer trip now from my location to downtown Los Angeles to go to work down there. And so many times we've said, how did we even cope with all that time spent in the car traveling 2.5 hours or more a day, and to come back home, have any kind of a life before you have to go to bed to get up early the next morning to do it all over again. It's just like astounding that we were able to do that for all these years. And yeah, that's the money. It's like, doesn't matter. Having the freedom to have extra time for your life. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. So you're working from home right now, I assume, and you're pretty much locked into that.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't worked at a typical office job now. Well, I did for a little bit, like maybe 10 years ago. But even prior to that, I was in the office back in 2010. I was in the office 4 days a week. Even in 2004, 2005, I wasn't like 100% in the office every day. So it's just the type of job you have and how you work. And I've got a dedicated office at my house. So for me, it's just way more productive. But sometimes you got to go in there, right, to do certain things. So certain things, and also sometimes when I meet with clients and that, or when a client wants me to come out once a quarter to a big like planning session, then yeah, it is what it is, right? You go out there for a week and then you're done traveling. But I've had coworkers who used to do the San Diego to Temecula drive, which is an hour and a half each way. And when all of a sudden they stopped doing that, they could not believe, even though they had their cell phones and they're talking and that, making calls, they couldn't believe that 3 hours a day they got back for their time. And one of the guys, he actually ended up working a little bit more hours, but still he had more time to himself. He started going to the gym, he started exercising because he had time to do that. So, it's amazing. You just don't know any better. You don't know any different, right? Until you stop doing it. And then all of a sudden, yeah, it hits you like a ton of bricks. Wow, I can't believe I did that for 10 years.
Yeah, that's just amazing. Yeah, I think the last time that, well, of course, the COVID situation changed everything, but more specifically, I was involved at amateur radio club in Montrose, and that was like, we had big fires in like 2000, 2020, 2019, something like that. And so I was still driving in every day and go there. I'd wind my way back, go to the amateur club on Tuesdays when they had the meetings in Montrose, and it was just like all the time was spent in the car. And I would listen to things that are interesting. I would spend it well, as much as you can. But it's nothing like recovering all of this time for your own activities, your own health, your own sleep, your recreation, family, whatever you want. Just fantastic. So, yeah, I could never go back to that again. Never would. I would leave the business and go do something else, because it's just not worth it anymore. So congratulations for you too. I mean, you've been doing this for a long time. You know what it's like to get your time back and how valuable that is. So when you go back to New Zealand, whenever that is, are you going to continue working like in through LA area or US from that location, because you have the ability to do that, or would you kind of just retire completely and decide to recover all of your time?
Well, yeah, we're leaving in a week from yesterday. We're leaving, and so basically I took a break from work. I'm not working right now, so I took some time off work here. We're going to do this trip. Hopefully we'll decide that, hey, you know, this is a country for us, and we'll hopefully find a place, you know, that we could see ourselves buying property and retiring at. But I'm 3 to 5 out from retirement, so is my wife. So we're not going to actually move there for a few more years, but we're just kind of laying down we're going to check it out and see if it's something we really want to do, and then maybe start looking at properties and that. And if we find a piece of land, right, we could buy the piece of land and then eventually move over there and build on it. But that's a big if. I don't plan on doing that, you know, in the next month, but you never know. I'm getting established there. I'm a citizen, so I'm opening up a bank account, getting all my, the IDs and that New Zealanders have. So I'm establishing myself in the country, so it'll make it very easy for my wife, when we eventually retire back there, to become a permanent resident. So there's certain things you got to do. I mean, because I'm a citizen, if I do certain things ahead of time, then it makes it very easy for her to become a permanent resident. If I don't do certain things, then she has to go through, she gets a temporary residence, and then she has to prove, that she's going to stay in the country, and then after a year or two, then she can become a permanent resident. So I'm trying to bypass all that mess and go straight to permanent residency. So that's why we're kind of doing this also, is to get that whole process kicked off.
Sounds great. Like you're really planning it out well, so that you can, when it's time to make that decision, you can decide and follow the path that you want. Sounds great. So, but when you retire, whenever that is, are you going to keep working a little bit, or are you going to sort of set all that stuff aside, enjoy your freedom, and just do that?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to do any work because here's the deal, George. In New Zealand, the cost of living is so expensive. The wages can't keep up with it. So even with someone like myself, I mean, maybe it's not that bad, but it's, put it this way, the $1 American dollar will buy you $1.60 New Zealand dollars. So the American dollar is stronger, right? So if we go from, this is from what most people tell me, if we take American dollars, convert them over into New Zealand dollars, and then live at that point, because of the currency conversion there, it's basically we're living equivalent in terms of what we're paying for things that are in America. So can you imagine people in New Zealand, right? Everything's so expensive. They're having a hard time to pay for stuff because based on what they're earning, it's not keeping up with the cost of goods. It's not really inflation. It's just the cost of living there. So really, the only way it works is not to work there, because if you work there, you don't really get paid enough to make it worthwhile. In my mind, I could be wrong, but so no, we're planning on just retiring and then just living off our investments that are American money and our 401ks and pensions and that are in American dollars, and every so often cashing them and converting them into New Zealand dollars and living like that.
Outstanding. I paused just a bit, see if anybody wanted to jump in. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, child abduction, Amber Alert. So, okay, all right. Never know if that's going to be a fire alert or something like that. That Simi Valley fire is still going on. I think it's not moved too much, but we're about 10 miles away. And if the wind were to shift eastward, we could potentially be at some risk, but we're not at this point. Anyway, I was wondering if, not that you would work in New Zealand, but that you would continue working for companies in the U.S., and so you could decide, hey, you're there and you got your great house and you have your budding antenna farm in the backyard, the metals gleaming in the sunshine as it's ready to take on a new radio and start radiating energy for you. And you think, I want to get one of those new amplifiers. And so you just fire up your contacts in the U.S., do a few hours work over here, get it converted to New Zealand dollars, and you can buy 2 amplifiers. KJ6LA.
Yeah, I thought about it. It all depends. That could be something that could be lucrative, right? So, yeah, that's the only thing I'd really do would be if I was to work for an American company, because that would be worthwhile. But so far, depending on like how it goes in the next 3 to 5 years, depending on what type of jobs I find, because my job is changing, George, because of AI. What I do, just like a lot of people, a lot of architects, software architects and developers, there's thousands of jobs being lost every day because of AI or under the pretense of AI. Companies are using that now. Quite honestly, I'm not sure if it's 100% the reason is for AI, but CEOs now are using that excuse to clean house. So I'll leave it at that. I don't think that these tens of thousands of jobs that are being lost are actually 100% because of AI. So that's just my opinion. AI is good, but it's not that good at this point. But eventually it's going to be very good. And so I don't know what I'm going to be doing here in the next couple years. My job's going to completely change. So we'll have to see how that plays out.
Gotcha. Makes sense. So the work that you do, I know we chatted before, mentioned the computer work that you've done and analysis and stuff. You mentioned you have an MBA. So are you doing financial work for companies or planning or something? I don't think I've ever known. Just kind of curious, because different segments of the population are being affected by AI, some quicker than others. I think about like programming, I guess, is supposed to be like a few years ago they encouraged people, if you were losing your job as a coal worker, a miner, you were encouraged to go take up coding, learn to code. But that's not a secure profession anymore. So you think that's going to be impacting you as well? KJ6LA for ID.
Yeah, N6MUD for ID. Yeah, I'm a software architect, so I used to write code. I don't write code anymore. I manage a team of developers, analysts, project managers, and all that agile framework and stuff. So I design the systems. Like if system A needs to send data to system B. I come up with the architecture to do all of that. Or if software has to be able to do ABC, I, at a high level, design the architecture to make that happen. So, although right now architects are still needed, you can do a lot in ChatGPT. I mean, it's pretty powerful. You could do, you could have it create diagrams, architecture diagrams, and that. You can have it create system process flows and that. So, yeah, my job will be impacted 100%. It's not as quickly as programmers, because programmers' jobs are low-hanging fruit. Cloud code and all that stuff these days is very, very powerful, and it's just probably less than a year. I feel like most people that do what I do could be in jeopardy for at least the bigger companies and that. So yeah, unfortunate sign of the times. So yeah, I'm not sure if I want to join in on the AI revolution, George. I'm kind of like, sure, I know AI, but I'm not going to be going back to school and spending months and months learning AI, because I'm at the tail end of my career as far as I'm concerned. So I'm just going to have to do something to tie me over for the next 3 to 5 years. That's the plan, at least, over.
Sounds great. Well, great plan, and sounds like you got it all kind of worked out. It's just a matter of enacting the plan you've developed. I mean, you have some great skills, it sounds like, and still in high demand. Doing what you do is not what just an average programmer can do. I was, as you were talking, I was thinking there's, I can't reveal too much information, A, because I shouldn't, and second, I don't really know. But there's someone that my wife knows that she works with in her broad area, I'll just put it that way, who I'm not sure what his background has been, but he has some kind of network background, coding background, developer background, and so he created, again, this is where I don't know something, he created something, and it's resulted in, he sold it to interested parties, ended up with a multi-billion-dollar payment for that. It's like, wow, man, I wish I could do something like that.
Yeah, I mean, there is a huge appetite for startup companies right now that can take AI and use it in a meaningful way and like solve a niche, with AI, and then sell off the company to a bigger company. So that's probably what your friend did, and it's a huge niche, or sell off some type of proprietary process, or most likely software, using AI. So there's a huge niche out there for that, and a lot of people are doing it. Hit or miss for sure, but if you've got an idea, and then you've got the know-how to make that idea, come to fruition with AI, then it's a good position to be in. You can make a lot of money.
Craig, I'll be right back. KJ608.
All right, N6 MUD, San Diego.
K6XOZ.
Hey, Brandon. Hey, good afternoon. How's it going?
It's going fine. I'm just mucking around with some stuff here. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Just winding down the day here, So, did a real nice long walk today. My whole thing is I have to get out and exercise. So I did a long walk today, and it got my pace up to a certain point. So it wasn't too hot, so I had a good day. How's all your stuff coming along? I know for a while there you were playing around with your antennas and that. You had RF, but then all of a sudden you fixed it. By the sounds of it, you fixed it, because I don't hear it in your audio there. So you're sounding good tonight.
Yeah, thanks, Craig. Yeah, I haven't been working on my antennas. I've been I've got this little greenhouse. My wife built a greenhouse, and I put a pole, like a 20-foot pole up with a couple of solar panels on there, and then I've got two NEMA boxes that are mounted to the pole. One's got two 100 amp hour lithium iron phosphate batteries, and the other side has my Victron inverter, solar charger, and controller in there. So I've been working on that. It's coming along nicely. And then I have this server here that's running, server 2025, and I've got some pretty massive disk arrays on there that I'm using. I'm trying to sort out some video and audio files that have become, duplicated and messy over the years. So that's the little thing I'm running on the side. Back to you.
All right. Sounds like you've been doing some good projects there. I've got the stream up and running, by the way, if you want to check it out. Live streaming here. So using OBS, figuring out OBS, all the ins and outs of OBS. But anyway, so I'm kind of curious, the solar array that you put up on some poles, I'm assuming that's static, right, at point south. It's not like on one of those, what do you call those things? It rotates as the sun goes over the horizon. I guess it's not. But I have a question about your Victron charger. I use Victron chargers in my truck, my Land Cruiser, from my solar panel. On my rooftop 10, I've got a 200 watt panel, and I use the MPPT Victron charger. I think it's a couple hundred watt. It handles a couple of hundred. I can't remember what model it is now, but I have an extreme amount of RF noise when that thing's on. So I'm kind of curious. Have you noticed any RF from that Victron charger? Mine's like a blue box, a blue Victron charger with white text on it. I'll have to get the model number. But anyway, have you noticed any RF noise from that device?
Not so far, yeah. So So I've got a Victron, like it's an MPPT 100/20, and it's got two panels connected to it in parallel. And what I did is I twisted the wires together from the panels, and I put some ferrites on it as well. And then they're all inside a NEMA, like a metal, NEMA certified box. So I'm not seeing much noise yet. I'm getting ready for it just in case. I was a bit worried about that. It's down at the backyard near my inverted L, which I'm running right now, and I'm not seeing the noise yet, Craig.
Okay, because I've got two Victron components. I've got that MPPT charger or solar controller, and I also have a DC to DC charger, right, that takes 12 volt DC and it converts it into the correct current to charge my lithium ion phosphate battery. And if I shut the solar panel off and just only run the DC to DC charger, I get RF. If I shut the DC to DC charger off and run my solar panel, then I get RF in my radio. So I've tried a bunch of stuff. I've put a bunch of toroids over all of the wires going in and out of the controller. But I haven't figured it out yet. And if you go on some of the forums, Victron, although they make really good quality stuff for boats and stuff, there's a lot of people out there that are complaining about the RFI interference. So it's a known issue. It's just I've not seen anyone combat it. So if you get the noise there, Brandon, and you figure out how to suppress it, I'm definitely interested in learning about how you did that.
I'm back.
Okay, righto there, Craig. Yeah, I've got also a much bigger system in my Airstream trailer, which is it's got a 600 amp hour batteries, six 100 amp hour lithium iron phosphate batteries in parallel, and then a 3 kilowatt inverter charger, and all those things. But g'day George, it's Brendan here. How you doing, mate?
Hey Brandon, good to hear you. I don't want to interrupt your conversation there, but just to say I had a Victron years ago, noisy, So anyway, I just retired it, figured it's not worth fighting it. But back to you, Brandon, KJ6LA. Good evening.
Right, KG6LA, K6XOZ. All right, well, I'll take that into account. I did take some precautions. I put them in a sealed metal box and twisted the cables coming out, and I put some ferrites up at the very top of the cables. But I will do some testing with that, like when they're actually running, off and on, and see what kind of noise I get. Back to you.
Yeah, one thing that I also have a 12-volt fridge, right, that I run on my Land Cruiser. It's a ARB 12-volt refrigerator that is pretty efficient. I mean, it's not the bad. It's pretty old too, but that thing also creates RF, and I've tried to suppress RF in that by putting toroids over the power cables, doing all types of stuff, and I couldn't figure it out. So there's just a lot of devices in my truck that I've added that I did before I went HF mobile, unfortunately. But anyway, that have created noise for me and havoc. So, but at the end of the day, I don't do too much HF when I'm moving, and if I do HF when I'm stopped or at a campsite, then I'll just shut off my solar panels. No big deal. So that's what if it bugs me too much, that's what I end up doing. So, but it's not the end of the world, that's for sure. But yeah, good luck with that, Brendan. Hopefully, whatever you've done, hopefully it's enough to suppress it. Yeah, like I say, Victron's world famous, good quality Australian stuff, but don't know why though. I'm not sure which components in their devices make all that noise. I have no idea.
Yeah, well, I'll check it. Once I get it all finished, I'll do some A/B testing and like switch it off and switch it on and see if there's any noise being generated. But I do like the the way they connect together, and you get like your VRM like web page, and you can look at everything. So it's quite nice from that point of view.
Oh, 100%. All of their connectivity, their communication integrations, their Bluetooth app, all that stuff, man, it's amazing. It's good stuff. That's what got me really interested in that whole platform, the ecosystem, was their communication stuff between the various devices. It's pretty cool. So, but anyway, so yeah, I've got a big house solar system, right? I've got I think we talked about. I use Enphase micro inverters, and I don't get much noise from those. So from what I can tell, at least, I get more noise from my neighbor's stuff. But that damn Victron little solar charger controller in my Land Cruiser puts out more noise than my 8 kilowatt Enphase system in the house server.
Yeah, right. Well, I'll have to check it out because I have it in my Airstream, and I did wire up an antenna. Like when I put the interior skin on the Airstream, there's an aluminium skin that goes in there, and I did wire up some LMR 400 running up to a mobile mount up there, so I can mount some antennas on top. So we'll see. Just have to see how it goes. All right, mate. Listen, I'm going to go on the side for a while, and I'll let you get back to George.
All right, Brandon. We'll catch you later. N6MUD. So, George, is it dinner time for you? You've already eaten dinner.
No, I've eaten dinner about 2 o'clock. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, something like that. So typically that's my final meal for the day. I may have a little bit of popcorn or something like that. Some days I haven't had anything today, but not every day. And yeah, I have breakfast, I have lunch, which is my lunch dinner, and then that's it. So that's what I tend to eat. And Brandon, don't feel like you have to go wait. Just come on and stay with us. It's always a pleasure to run into you. So glad to have you if you have the time, and if not, we'll be here for a bit. So we'll catch you later. So that's the thing. But this last comment about the Victron, I had was trying to have a small charge controller for my solar panel to run into my portable transmitter. I had a 7100 for a while, and then I also put the 705 on that, and it was noisy. So I was disappointed. I thought maybe there was no indication of that when I bought it. This was years ago, so I just discovered it, read about it after the fact, and decided this just has to be retired. And so it's somewhere in my toolbox around here someplace waiting to find some other use. So anyway, that's my story, and I'm going to stick with it. KJ6LA.
Yeah, good Victron story. Sometimes, George, it's easier just to toss the thing in a dumpster and go buy a cheap Chinese, solar controller from Amazon and have no problems, right? It's just you get lucky. Sometimes I'll buy 4 or 5 things and test them all out, and the ones I don't want, I just ship back to Amazon. So it just seems like it's easier to do that than battle the issues that some of these devices can bring upon our hobby.
Oh, totally. I mean, we're always looking for the best installation, portable installation, the best functionality we can get out of the whatever we have, and so frustrating when these elements that supposed to work pretty well don't, and then you got to find a way to either compensate or replace them. And so I think you're right. Sometimes the best course of action is just throw it in the dumper if you don't have any use for it. There was another charge controller, and I'm just totally blanking on the name because it's been years since I've thought about it. It's a well-known company. It's been publicized by a writer in I think he's in the Netherlands, who has used it. Like, it's just a small charge controller, supposed to be noise-free. It's promoted that way. This guy's a disaster emergency preparedness guy. Says this works really well. He uses it when he goes on his campouts, and he does communications from the wilderness above the Arctic Circle or thereabouts. And so I bought one of those, hooked it up to my radio, and it was still a little noisy. Ay. It's like you can't get away from that stuff.
Yeah, crazy, huh? Can't get away from it. That's what I say. It's just trial and error. Some people will say, "Oh, this works great for me," but when I try it, or when the next person does the same thing, it's different results. So, but yeah. Anyway, I need to probably take a little break here at 10. I got to figure out what's going on for dinner. I'm not sure. I may have to just order something. I'm not sure what's going on for dinner tonight, but I need to eat something here in a little bit to get something. So I may have to take a break. But see who else is out here, George. I'll leave the stream running if I do take a break. But yeah, it's waiting for the typical crew to show up. Not sure what's going on. Maybe they're just busy. I don't know if WB1G's out there, or K5BLS, or any of the other regulars want to chime in. Go ahead. N6MED live streaming on YouTube.
I wonder if Jeff's made it back into town to the West Coast.
I got a text from him earlier today saying that that his flight out of wherever he was at, he was going to fly from like somewhere. I think he's going to fly from Texas to somewhere else, to maybe to Phoenix, and then from Phoenix to back to Nevada or something. But one of those flights was delayed, so who knows? Man, I tell you, being delayed, I made a comment saying, hey man, it would have been quicker for you to rent a car and drive from Ohio back to Nevada, and you probably would have been home by now.
Oh, totally. And if he would have been brought a portable mobile radio, he could have been in communication all the way. Get his HF radio set up in his rental car, just a mag mount antenna on the roof, and he's in business. Of course, that counterpoise wire that it'd have to trail might be a little bit of a problem, but that would be part of the adventure. So anyway, all right. Well, listen, I'm going to let you go, and you need sustenance. That's going to be important. You can't talk if you can't eat. You got to eat before you talk. So we may catch you later. I'll probably take this time to check in. My wife had stopped in. We had to have a brief conversation, so that's why I got pulled away. But I'll come back a little later for a little bit before the weekend comes. And tomorrow, I have to work tomorrow, but go to bed early. But anyway, good to catch you. Brandon, good to catch you. We'll catch you all later. 7-3s from near Los Angeles, Granada Hills, KJ6LA.
All right, George. Yeah, I'll leave the stream up, so to let it run here. And any SWLs, I'll be taking a pause here for at least 15 minutes, figure out what I'm going to get something to eat here, and then I'll be back. So we'll catch you guys later. N6MUD, San Diego. Back in a few minutes.
Go chicken me in W6MCD.
Let me jump in. So Craig, so you forgot your card to get into the airport, and if I understood you correctly, nobody you knew was pulling up, so you couldn't get in at all. Oh well, happens to us all. I actually went to Costco once without my card, and
Batch stops for Windows is PowerShell. PowerShell's pretty robust.
Yeah, Windows is like Windows 3.11 was DOS based, right? Or am I wrong there?
Yeah, even Windows 95 was DOS based, 98, all the way up to ME. Really, they didn't make the jump until like, I don't know, like maybe 2000.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought that PowerShell started right in the fiasco of 8.
I can't tell you when it really started. I know I started using it about that time.
Yeah, they did the 8, and then 8.1 was it. You know, because everybody was, that was when the Surface came out, Surface RT, and they wanted to try to compete with iPad because iPad was really getting popular then. They wanted, a touch screen typing, tablet, whatever, thing. So 8 was shot off the horrible, and then right after they went to 8.1, and then, God, they moved away from that.
I'd prefer to run on Linux if I can get all the applications that my favorite apps like this, and there's a bunch of others. I would probably just go to Linux full time, but until that day, I'm stuck with whatever I'm running, Windows 11, I think.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I like Linux because it's the coding is easier, per se, and it's more interactive. I mean, DOS script or PowerShell scripts are so long and just weird, and I hate them. Anyway, I'm doing this one. I'll be back. N0 music.
Yeah, I haven't done that one. 84YAL.
And 4ZAP.
folks. But looking for a blank spot, and was doing a little bit of, he's pushing. Oh, he wants to be brushed. Doing a little bit of tutu.
That's so cool. That's so funny. Doing well. Just spending a little more time on the radio these days. Nice to catch up with some friends and stuff like that. I'm not sure if you were aware that Craig has opened up a YouTube ESSB live stream, and so if you go onto YouTube and look up his call sign, you can take a look at his live stream, and it's been pretty cool. I've been on there a couple times, and it's his intent is to try to convert some of the narrows, as he calls them, to consider maybe joining the wides. So it's kind of like that movie where you got two gangs and you're fighting each other. It's so funny.
Oh, he did mention something about that last night. I haven't been to it and checked it out, but that's cool. Some of the guys who haven't heard they just hear the 3K, which is probably a little bit bass heavy for some folks. They could take a listen and hear a little bit more audio flavor. So that's pretty cool.
Absolutely. Well, listen, I don't want to interrupt your testing and your getting things finalized. I just was tuning across the band, heard a familiar voice, thought I would stop and say hello. And so when you're done, we can catch up for a little bit, but find out what's new with up in Lake Almanor, and how the kitties and how you are doing. So anyway, so I'll be around, and you finish your workup. KJ6LA.
Well, I'm done. I've done my tutu, so yeah, we're good. In fact, I think Andy might be. The rumor has it. In fact, that's one thing about a flex radio. Even if a flex radio tunes to the frequency, my hearing on this Voodoo radio is so acute. I can hear the operator breathing even when they don't transmit. So I think he's out there.
I didn't
wow.
think of you as a tutu guy. You were more of a moo-moo.
Aha. See, George?
Yeah, you don't want to be a tutu guy, do you?
Well, you do tutu. Eventually, you work your way up. You know how it goes. You got 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, and then if you stick around for the end of the story, you'll eventually might even end up on a 7, but very rarely.
Yeah, I think. Hi, Andy. I think Mark's stuck on the 2s.
No, 2-2 is a 1-2, 1-2, 3, 4. I think I got it now. I'm gonna leave it right there unless somebody says, "Dude, Samford crap, you need to keep at it."
See, I thought it was more like certain aspects of society refer to the police as the po-po.
What are we going to do with this guy,
George? I can think of a lot of possibilities, but I'm a little stuck with his tell me what the popo has to do with the tutus. I'm a little lost with that.
Power of diversity here.
You were interpolating.
I was interpolating and ruminating.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with a good interpolation.
Are you cogitating at the same time?
There's probably some cogitation going on.
Okay, cogitation's always a good thing to do. You can always spend a little bit of time cogitating when you have a little time to spare.
Of course, that's also what codgers do. I don't know if I want to be a codger.
Oh, come on now. Everyone's going to be a codger sometime.
Andy, I hate to break the news to you. I think you sort of slipped into codger territory a few years ago.
See, you're interpolating. You're making a mistake, my friend.
I honestly, I think once you hit 60, it's kind of codger territory. Now,
I think you've crossed that line.
George, how's the wife? How's everything going down in Granada Hills? We haven't heard from you for, I don't know, 2 days now. So, you guys have any of the? I guess you guys are having fires down there. Nothing close by, I hope.
I think it's about 10 miles, something like that. It's in Simi Valley, and the fires are not close. Well, 10 miles away. I think it all depends more on the if the wind blows east, then it could move the fire toward us. But I think we're pretty safe at this point. I think they're getting it under control as far as I know. And the good news for us, it's kind of bad news at the same time. In order for the fire to get to us, it's going to have to completely burn through Northridge. So I don't think the fire is going to be quite up for that.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. But, I'm just going to say there's a lot of people in the LA area. So I think if more people took a leak in the forest, it would help keep things from being so dang dry.
I'm going to have to think about that one. That's a very profound statement. Andy, what do you think about that? You think he has something?
Well, let me just say this about that. The first thing that occurred to me was that when I went outside today, I noticed this afternoon there's a smoke in the air. I thought, oh, wildfire. But I'm looking at watch duty, which, just for the SWLs, it's not how you find a porta potty. There's no fire shown, so I don't know what's that all about. But as far as Mark's idea, maybe we could, maybe you could get the homeless involved in that.
Honestly, I think it's a good idea. In fact, I was out doing a little bit of forest fire prevention about a half an hour ago.
Would you be willing to drive around, Mark, maybe with a tanker truck and collect the homeless urine and then go spread it in the forest?
Well, I think it's, sort of a self-deposit thing.
Oh, but that's a lot of trampling, and people will bring stuff, and they might even start a fire. This way you concentrate it, just among one guy and his truck.
Well, let me ponder that for a moment. I'm still thinking about the watch duty site, so I'm glad that you clarified that, because there was probably some folks out there going, is that some sort of voyeur site?
Almost sounds like...
No.
Yeah, it sounds like one of those... what is that? Those self-show sites where you kind of get on there and show your stuff.
Is that Only Hams?
Only Hams. Only Hams watch duty. They watch duty. So if I can borrow from Andy's theme, so Mark's asking us to wee-wee in the woods.
So George, is that like those sites where people go and they show you they're giving themselves a selfie?
That's what it sounded like. Duty? What is that? Something duty?
Well, as long as we clarify that the watch duty is for looking at fires, which makes perfect sense. But when you first, for me, when I first heard it, I was kind of like, oh, okay, well, that's kind of interesting.
Is it? I don't think I want to watch that.
Oh, just it would exist.
Oh.
Well, I'm looking at watch duty right now, and the Sandy fire has kind of spread a little bit east. It's in kind of a rural area. I think it's a lot of brush and maybe some trees. I think there are some houses in the area, but not too much. The evacuation area is a little bit short of North Hills, but that's still, it's 8 miles away from Northridge, and Northridge is maybe 8 miles away from us. So it's a little ways away, but it's kind of heading in our direction, but I'll keep you updated. And I can also call the fire department and make a suggestion about Mark's idea of how to curb the flow, or the spread, I should say.
Holy crap, I'm looking, I zoomed in, or zoomed out, I guess, and it looks like half of California is on fire. Well, actually, the whole state's on fire, but the upper half is mostly prescribed burns. That's cute. They've got little green flames with the prescription symbol. That's cute.
There's quite a few fires. Holy cow, look at...
Yeah, Southern California is on fire.
Somehow, this reminds me of something.
Even something I've never heard of before. Santa Rosa Island has a 18,000 plus acre fire.
Oh, is that the one the guy was trying to get rescued and shot the flares off? Wait, where was he trying to get rescued from? Okay, maybe I misheard the conversation. I believe it was one of the islands. I think it was Santa Rosa Island, or one of those islands out there. And he got shipwrecked and shot off some flares to alert people to where he was, and it probably wasn't a good idea. And anyway, the whole island now is on fire.
Oh, all right. I thought you shot, I'm not really much of a seafarer, but I thought you shot those kinds of flares off if you were out in the water. But he was already on land, and then he shot the flare? Or you don't know?
Well, no, that's what I heard. I'm not too sure where the island is, whether it's Southern California or up off of San Francisco somewhere. But yeah, he was shipwrecked on the island. And so he lobbed off some flares. At least that's what I read on the internet. So it's got to be true.
Was he...
That would make sense. I mean, as far as location. Santa Rosa Island is one of 3 large islands that is south of Santa Barbara, or west of Santa Monica. So there you go.
Was he on a 3-hour tour?
Well, again, yeah, I guess Santa Rosa Island is what it is. Largest ever recorded on Channel Islands, and apparently it is a very fragile area as far as wildlife go. So, yeah, talk about a disaster.
Yeah, because based on what I'm seeing on Watch Duty, which is about fires, almost half of the island has burned.
Oh my gosh. not easy to get to. You can't just drive a fire truck out there.
No, but it is surrounded by water, so you think you could, you know, if you've got a bucket, you're golden.
Golden brown.
K6FEJ.
Oh yeah, the timer. All right, I'll get in on that. AA7AB.
Get on your duty.
KJ6LA.
Get on my what?
You need to get on your duty.
Yeah, I do, and I need to watch it. Wow, George, you got a lot of fires down there. You got the Bane fire. It's only 1,500 acres, but it's kind of in around. People are around it. You got the Verona fire, which is 650 acres. Is it smoky where you are?
It's not, which is great. We haven't. I haven't picked up any smell of the sight of smoke here. All the past 3 days, the fire's been going. I think the fire, the wind has been going the opposite direction, which has been great. But I looked at the Sandy fire a little while ago today, and it seemed to have moved a little bit more east, which would be in our direction. So we'll see what happens. See if we get more smoke. Marina said she smelled it, but I didn't.
Okay, yeah, the Sandy, and then there's the night fire, but that's the teeny one. The Sandy fire, well, that's right by Burbank. It's closer to home. Hello, John.
Hey, John.
There's John up in Chelan.
Well, that's who it is. Hello, Cindy. Hello, Mark. I think George is on speak with you as well. Just talk to you guys. It's been a long time since I've had any early contact with you guys. Up here in Chelan, it is mostly clear. I don't know what the temperature is. About 75 degrees, and I don't know what's going to happen the rest of the night, but I'm going to send it back to you, and I'll listen out. I'll let you know what's going on in your QTA. Go ahead. I'll send it down to Mark. How's the guys doing?
Oh, he tosses the ball all the way down to Lake Almanor, and I caught it. Doing good, John. Good to hear you on. It's definitely been a while. The boys are doing good. Quinn is napping here on the desk. His vocabulary has been increasing. He now has treats, pets, and brush. So he's up to 3 things that he can demand from me. Well, I should say maybe I'm up to three tricks now that he's taught me. But anyway, that's pretty much it. Not a whole bunch to report, but life is good. Over.
Yeah, that sounds great. I'm happy to hear that the business vocabulary is improving. We got bad orders from catnip plants up north, got them from, but they came in today, and there was one leaf that had fallen off the plant. So I took that in and gave it to Sugar just before I came out to it. I'm not sure what the reaction to that is going to be to catnip. It might be interesting to see. I don't know if you have introduced catnip to the crew up there, Mark, but that might be interesting as well. Go ahead.
Now we're waiting on the local nursery to get in the crop of catnip. I think it's due any day. And if you recall, last year we had this huge catnip plant out on the deck. It was really doing nicely. And something, I don't know what, but I think it was the bobcat, jumped into the enclosure overnight and ate the entire plant. I mean, it was just gone. It was just a little nub sticking out of the dirt. So anyhow, but yes, the boys love catnip, and we're hoping to get a good crop going very soon.
Wow, we have a bobcat stuck into your patio. That's quite interesting. I hope you enjoyed the stuff. Anyway, other than that, not a whole lot going on here. I've been mowing grass and just I've been mowing for about 6 hours. I got another 3 hours to do tomorrow, and hopefully that will be covered for several weeks. Other than that, I can't think of anything of great significance to contribute. So I'll send it back to you and send it back around, Mark.
Hey, good deal. Well, good. I'm glad that you're keeping the grass at bay. We certainly have a lot of it down in the Seneca. Well, let's get some signal reports here. Let's see how the old 40-meter band is doing. And John, we have your. I have a brand new game token that I've been waiting to pull out of the token jar for when you showed up. So we actually have it's an Apple game token. So we've got your token out on the board and letting you go for a free spin. And George, how you hearing our good friend up there, Apple John?
Well, hey, John. First of all, good evening to you. Good to hear you. KJ6LA in SoCal. You're about 5 over, but there's QSB, and the band conditions are changing a bit. I mean, even Mark has dropped down. He's about 5 over now as well. So kind of a, as they would say, a fluid situation. But you sound great, and we've given catnips to our kids, our cats. We don't have any kids, but the cats love the catnip. They drool. In fact, you know what? Nadia also really likes spearmint gum. Oh my gosh, she just goes crazy over that. Starts watering and getting my gum all gooey. So it's great. Over to Andy, KJ6LA.
Wow. All right, that's an interesting image. Yeah, John, you're about 9 over here, or S9. I put the beam on bidirectional just to improve things up north, go in that direction. But this whole talk of catnip, I gotta ask Mark, because Mark knows stuff about cats. I was looking up. I don't have any. I mean, I have a little packet of dry catnip, but I just looked on the Home Depot webpage, and I can get a 2-pack of 19-ounce little containers of catnip, and I could put that out on the deck, and then the cat goes outside and she chews on a different plant. But if I put these catnip plants out there, would she go out there and just destroy them, or would she just just chew on a bit? I don't want to bother buying 2 plants, put them out there, and then the next day they're gone. Wow, that's a good question. Well, 2 plants, make sure they're good size. Most likely what she's going to do when she realizes that, oh my gosh, Dad has run for the good stuff, she's going to grind her face right into that catnip and probably eat some and have a good time, and then you'll find her sort of belly up there near the plant. But it's good to have 2 plants. The good news is they recover very quickly. And then the bigger they get, the more abuse they can take. But yeah, good. I think she would definitely enjoy it. Now, if you're going to give them a little bit, what you do is you pick a couple of leaves, and then you squish them in your fingers, and that releases the nippage, so to speak. Hello, James. All
right. Well, so maybe if I buy 2 of them, I could put one where she can't get to it, let her trash the other one, and then I can just give her, if the other one gets trashed, I can give her just a few leaves at a time. Interesting. All right. Well, I may do that. If I order, they don't have them. According to this, it's out of season here. But I can order them, and they'll be delivered for free on June 3rd. They say, and I can order up to 554 plants.
Wow.
Welcome aboard, James. It's another from Idaho. Yeah, I probably wouldn't put 500 plants out there. I mean, it might be a little bit over the top, but maybe get 2, 3, 4. I'll just give them a go.
All right. Well, they're cheap. It's only $6.50 per plant. 19 ounce. Boy, 19 ounce seems kind of weird, but maybe it's that metric conversion that we all heard about in the 70s.
It's kind of like cat dope.
Boy, I tell you, this is one of my favorite topics is catnip. But yeah, I think that would be a good plan. Because I got to go by what I put down here on the notepad, and definitely get a couple of 19 ounces. So I just kind of chuckled. Certainly not buying ounces of kitty dope, which is essentially what it is.
That's right.
And James, how's everything going in your neck of the woods? You got any fires out there?
No, fortunately, it's been really windy. About 30 mile-an-hour tops, maybe 15 sustained today. I don't know if you saw the news last week. We had 2 growling hornets crashing into each other at an air show. I was at that air show that day, the day before, and saw them fly and such. And I was thinking in the back of my mind that day, like, man, this wind is crazy. I'm surprised it's blowing any people. And sure enough, I saw the news, they duplicate each other. Fortunately, projected and nobody lived. Going forward. That was an ugly event. Some good news that happened. I think they took up along with another signal on the wood pole. They're almost 30 feet, so I think this is a fire here to get it too.
Oh, well, congratulations on getting the erection. There, your signal report, by the way, I'm going to give you a 5 and 9, and not one of those contest 5 and 9s. You're actually a true 5 and 9 on the Voodoo Radio, and even up to 1 chicklet over S9 on occasions. George, how are you hearing that, James?
I'm going to have him say a few words again, just so I can look at the meter, kind of listening through Half Moon Bay. But let me give you 2 readings, James. Give me a couple of quick comments, and I'll check you in.
Oh, great. I love being checked in. We have 7 Sugar in Georgia, 200 watts at the Q-Tap in Kentucky. And I found, George, that KFS, when something happened to that SDR joint, I've been using a Point Reyes SDR. It seems a bit more true to form. I was using a water head on it as their main antenna to receive. But yeah, KFS
hamfest has been awful low on signal strength. I don't know what's up with that. But you're about 10 over S9. A lot of lightning elsewhere in the country, and I'm hearing average strength pretty much. It's about S8.5 constant, with just nothing but artillery barrage in the background here. Over.
Wow, it's very interesting. Yeah, in Granada Hills, you're mostly F9, S9, but you're coming up a little bit, getting a little bit of 5 over indications from time to time. And at Half Moon Bay, you're S9, maybe 1 over, couple over S9. Not super strong, but definitely readable. So congratulations on your antenna. And I was going to say, Mark, for your reflection, James did it naturally with his erection, no necessary for a blue pill.
Yeah, so that's with 2 chicklets, not blue pill chicklets. I have 2 chicklets now between the 2 of you. Well, James, you're moving between 5 and 10 over here. But your comment I found interesting. Do you think that the military is hiding plane crash deaths? Well, I couldn't say. They reported that they all ejected in the city local hospital here, but it was a bad one, and it was really windy and a big fireball that happened in Nathan. I sure hope they have a good pulmonologist, because that was a lot of black smoke coming right up into them here. It was bad. You did see that video, right? No, I hadn't heard about this. Just go on YouTube, you'll find it everywhere. Just put Mountain Home crash. That's all you put. And it's like, wow, that pilot was not paying attention. And basically got stabbed right on the rear vertical stabilizer of the other Hornet. And they did a little wobble, ejected almost simultaneously. I think the bottom one went first. And the pilot and user got out, and like half second later the other one went. And there they go. And the whole thing from start to finish crashed low enough. It's about 5 or 6 seconds. It's really crazy. Yeah, sounds like that's definitely going to go on his permanent record.
Yeah, I heard about it. I didn't see the video, but I did hear about it, and I thought about you. I thought, well, that's got to be close to where James is.
Oh, I thought you were saying you thought maybe he caused it. Oh, I tried not to.
This is Almanor from Rosa Island. I saw this video and I think on YouTube by Common Fans from the pilot. And, I think the kind of comment was that, these guys are not actual aerobatic performers. They're, line, growler pilot, and they really shouldn't be performing aerobatics. And these guys obviously the folks like the Blue Angels and that group of people, and leave the non-aerobatic performers out of the picture.
Yeah, I'm tending to agree with that. You don't need 2 of them out there at the same time in 30-mile-an-hour winds. Just, I think one would suffice. I'm not sure why they're having to throw 2 of them up at the same time. There goes $200 million.
Did they talk at all about the... They were probably using a scaled down version with nothing inside, no instrumentation even. But did they talk about the cause of the crash? Did they say it was the wind, or was it some pilot just miscalculating, or what happened?
Well, by the looks of it, it looks like the top pilot was about belly up. My flight signature is the same in military aviation, but you don't ever get a blind spot when you put the parts in an ATM because you'll get exactly what happened.
That's exactly what did happen. The top FSB was far in the ground, just back in formation, and he had no contact visually with the flight leaders, and that's what happened. That's why, as I say, I don't think these kind of somehow folks should be doing aerobatics at an air show.
AA7AB. KF7SB.
KU6FBJ.
KJ6LA.
Well, apart from all that, Mark, everything's good around here. Just windy, like I said. It's getting warmer. It's supposed to be like 90 degrees here shortly. But trying not to run the AC because there goes 5 kilowatt hours. Don't need to add that to the plate. But meanwhile, we're good.
Isn't your electricity cheap there?
Yeah, it is. It's 10 cents a kilowatt hour. It's nothing to cry about, but we still try to avoid that. It's a hog, man. The furnace for the wintertime was acceptable. The AC, it's a good unit, but this is a pretty larger house. It's the biggest one we've been in, but it has to cover a lot of ground.
Oh my gosh. 10 cents a kilowatt hour. Dude, run that thing till the icicles start forming from the window.
I know. I got fans in every room now, so I like to suffer just a little bit.
No. We got 10. I pay 10 cents. I run that thing. It gets warm. You know, you got even leave the windows open. 10 cents a kilowatt hour. And I have a big house.
Right now, my last month's bill was $50. Back in California, would have been about $400.
Oh my gosh. Even my little cabin runs a couple $100 a month here. But yeah, we'll hit, I think, off peak. I think we're somewhere in the 60-cent range.
That's absurd. Oh my gosh. It'd be illegal. That's just crazy. I do my flights and my PC box is a 1200 watt hog. So even running that 3 or 4 hours a day, it's still $50 a month.
Yeah, and I've got a hot tub that I run 24/7.
We are paying 4.5 or 5, 6 kilowatt hours. We have a lot of bills. As a matter of fact, within probably a 50-mile radius, we're down at least 4 dams, electrical generating dams. So, and our Victron RF
The only bad thing is, I've come to find, they want to build 3 data centers here within a 10-mile radius of my house. And then they like to say, oh, it's going to benefit everyone. It isn't. Just a surprise. They have these traveling construction crews that go everywhere to build these things. It's not even the locals that get the building jobs. But then I don't expect that 10 cents to stay there. And then they'll say how great it is for everyone, but we all know it isn't.
And you're probably going to get
public utility district here in Cheyenne County. They are very particular about who they allow, the data centers and that sort of thing to move into the county. So that's one benefit of us, because those folks are going to pay a lot more than we are. Back to you.
Yeah, George.
Might also get a lot of noise.
Really ticks me off in a hurry. I'm an IT guy. Andy, I think you have some background on that too. But everybody likes to say how it benefits the local economy, this and that. But that's all just trophy boilerplate garbage that they feed the counties, and then they think they're going to get revenue somehow. But the only thing I could see revenue coming in from is just the property taxes. But oh wait, no, they get a deal on that too.
Probably they might get a might get a cut on the power as well. I was going to say you might get some noise if the data center, all that processing going on. I can't imagine they can insulate that enough to not cause some RF nearby.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think of that. That's a problem in the making. But, you know, I look at it on the bright side. I think 10 years from now, most of them will be burned down, all the cores being out of work and pissed off.
So James, how long you been in Idaho now?
It's going on about 9 months.
So your 9-month assessment, how does it seem at this point?
Well, minus the future data centers, it's great. Basically the same weather as where I came from. Nothing really to complain about. There is more traffic from all these developments. But apart from that, I don't really have a list to complain about.
That's great. Wow. And I would imagine it's much more affordable than Southern California.
Well, I mean, the power, yeah, the water, yeah, gas is super, super cheap. But, you know, you go to the grocery store, you go to the gas station, we're starting to see that now. I paid, let's see, the non-ethanol, 10% ethanol gas. There's two types of gas at the gas stations here. There's the corn fuel gas like you have in Georgia, and then there's the non, like the real gas, American gas. And that's now almost $6 a gallon here. So that is getting my attention a bit.
I imagine so.
Gas comes from American corn growers. Yeah, sure, but I don't think the engine likes it too much, Andy. You know, it's a recent phenomenon in the past 2 decades. But the real stuff, the 91 non-ethanol, that jives well with turbo cars. My wife's turbo side, you could feel the difference on that. Oh, all right. Yeah, I use that only in my tractor. I don't bother using it. My Firebird runs on premium, but I rebuilt the carburetor about 13 years ago, so I use the ethanol 91. The ethanol gas is maybe a $1 cheaper, but I figure what the heck, it's a little bit more pricey one, so we can get another who knows how many thousands of miles out of that turbo car. Yeah, I mean, the Firebird only gets, I mean, on a good day, downhill, it gets 14 miles per gallon. So, yeah, I guess I do buy the non-ethanol stuff. There's one chain here that sells it. Hey, George, they still have some dirt plots here in the neighborhood, so wait for it.
Hey, we thought about it. We're actually going to be looking at Idaho. In fact, it was interesting. I thought about you because I ran into a video, and it was made by someone in Idaho who said that they wanted to kind of go through the pluses and minuses of Idaho for people who may move there and not know what it's really like. And so they get there, and then they stay for a while, they get disillusioned, and they leave. But it sounds like that's not you. You like it, you're happy with your move, and that's a good recommendation.
I think, much like in baseball, when you put the weights on your back to compensate for going up to bat, you've already done that living in California, so anywhere else it's going to be far easier. The neighbors are nice. You actually have neighbors. It's kind of weird at first talking to them. I haven't really done that before, so you get people that you move in and they knock on your door and they bring you cookies and brownies and stuff. And I don't know if that's like a Mormon thing or just an Idaho thing, but that threw me off at first. Unexpected kindness, and people are generally slower in a good way
jostle for any of that stuff. Everybody here in the neighborhood division is pretty full cat.
What are your from California? What are your crime stats? Is it? I would imagine it's pretty nice from a crime standpoint.
I would think so. Nothing really obvious has caught my attention. If you're in a pursuit here, you got to swing for the fence because they'll shoot you.
Yeah, that's kind of definitive solutions, I guess. Kind of ends the pursuit right away. I was going to say that they're predicting, just to let you know, I know Idaho, $6 a gallon is a little expensive. They're predicting California gas to go up to about $12 a gallon. And I just read someplace yesterday that we have about 12 weeks of gas left that we've had stored. And then we're going to be getting kind of critical down here. So you moved at a good time.
AA7AV. Well, George, that means you get to work from home all week.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
Well, see, so it's all fine. Everything's fine. All the Californians love the European way of life, so I guess they'll finally arrive and pretending cosplay Europeans.
Yeah, I'm going to ride my bike 20 miles to work every day just to feel like I'm a European.
You can be a European in the forest, like Mark was saying.
Did you hear Mark's comment about how to handle the fire risk in California there, James?
I did not know.
Oh, he has a very unique idea that's bound to be accepted by a few people.
Well, let me hear it.
Well, it's real simple. You have more people pee in the forest, and that way it keeps it moist.
Well, it raises the humidity factor when it's not damp.
Well, exactly. I've been testing that theory out behind the cabin.
Well, I wish I didn't have a backyard fence. I'd be joining you in that experiment out here in dry Idaho. We just hang it over the fence. Well, I have a walkway back there.
Oh.
Well, you look both ways first. Your parents told you that. I know. I don't want to have a strange patina on that walkway, though.
Oh, I thought that was the target.
It would be after a few weeks, wouldn't it?
Got to go for that distance.
Well, a 30-mile-an-hour wind was coming back my face.
Oh, that's a party foul.
I'm thinking that, James, that strange patina. Oops, I heard someone back there. I'm thinking that in the... So,
I'm in Kuna, Idaho. It's near Meridian, or basically on the border of Meridian and Kuna. It's about 10 minutes west of Boise.
Okay, you're on the west side of the state. Yeah, this is out from
Yeah, good deal. Yeah, you're still about S910 over. Yeah, that's where we're at. A bunch of farmland in this part still. Soon to be homes. You're tearing them up.
Idaho Falls, and I visited and enjoyed ice cream. However, I was there for school out on the National Landfill Testing Station, so that was a little more difficult.
Yeah, I drove through Idaho Falls. Nice place. The falls are nice too. We drove through there going back to Utah, Nevada, and then back to California when I was still living there. But nice place.
Yeah, the thing I remember about the trip out to the testing station was it was about 16 miles west of Idaho Falls.
they had a severe infestation of jackrabbits. I have never seen so many jackrabbits nailed along the road in my life.
Yeah, that's one thing you get used to real quick is the roadkill. It's everywhere, even in the city, especially out here. Every day it's something new you get to swerve around.
Yeah, we used to go out into the Stokover Plains and with 22 and try to nail jackrabbits with my single shot 22. I was not very fortunate. That was quite a few years ago, however. Back to you.
Yeah, instead of tennis elbow, you probably got bolted, running a bolt gun. You got those crazy freakers running as fast as they do. Good luck with that. I had to call it and pull the plug here. I think we're good to go. Everybody carry on, stay classy, KF7SD.
Good night, James.
73 is James.
Have a good evening, James.
That's good, James. You didn't say put her to sleep.
Have a good evening, James.
She puts me to sleep, though. All right, I'm in.
Take care, 7-3. And hey, Craig.
Hey guys, good evening. Just got done cooking and eating dinner.
Welcome aboard, Craig.
Hey Mark, looks like we got some funky conditions here, man. You're typically 10 over, not tonight, I guess, huh?
Well, let's see what I'm doing here power-wise. 1, 2, and 2. Well, I could put a little bit more in there, but I'm pretty close to what I normally run. Yeah, the band's a little funky between our locations.
Well, you came up on that last one to 10 over, so I think we're getting closer. Anyway, good evening, guys. Hopefully everyone's having a relaxing evening. And George, I was listening, Idaho's on the list, on the short list.
It might be. I have to check to see if how licensing goes, because I got to consider that both for Marie and for me and for Marina. Be sure that we can bring that over, because that's not doesn't work with every state. And there was a station in there I couldn't copy the call sign, but go ahead, please.
November 0, Tango, Victoria.
No, we had two of them. Hey, Scott. Scott, stand by. The other station, November, I didn't get it.
November 0, Tango, India, Echo.
Okay, November 0, Tango, India, Echo. Good evening. Name here is George. KJ6LA. We're about 20 miles north of downtown LA.
All right, how you doing, George? This is Ty, and I'm in Hawthorne, Nevada. And I'm just testing out this radio that I just picked up, seeing if it's going to do what I want to do. Does it sound okay? I can't wait to get my boom mic on. This is Fox microphone.
Okay, I'm going to let one of our microphone experts have a comment on that, because they have I'm sure, some great information. Mark, would you want to talk with Ty and give him some feedback?
Oh, wonderful. I get to be the microphone expert guy. All right. Well, good to meet you, Ty. My call's K6FEJ. Name's Mark. The audio is a little hot and muffling, so maybe if you backed off the mic a little bit, maybe turn the mic gain down just a skosh, it might improve.
It's got some RF in there, too.
Listen to it on the monitor there, and
I'll just stand on the side.
I might have had it. That's turned back quite a bit. How's that?
Well, it's still got a little funk in there.
All right. How about that? That's way down. How about that right there?
Well, your signal went down, but you're easier to understand. And Craig might hear you a little bit stronger. You're not terribly strong here. I'm going to give you an S5, S6, so you're not rocking terribly strong. But Craig, you said you heard some RF in there?
Well, I thought I did, but then he adjusted his mic gain, and I don't know. Can you come give me some more chatter there? Let me listen a little bit harder. But I'm in San Diego. You're about an S7, S8 into San Diego.
All right, I have you at 10 over 9, so yep, I hope it ain't messing up. Just picked the thing up and paid a premium for it, so it's an IC 7700.
Okay, yeah, I can't tell if it's RF. It's definitely a little bit muffled, but you sound much better than you did when you first came on. So if you want to hear how you sound, check out the live stream, N6MUD. Search on YouTube, N6MUD, and click on the live stream, and you can hear yourself. You can play yourself back and listen to yourself.
All right, I will do that. N6, is it IUD?
Sorry, N6 Mike Uniform Delta Mud, like mud duck.
All right, that works. I'll go check it out and see what it sounds like, and eventually I'll get the Rode microphone on there. I just don't have the adapter for the port. So, okay, gentlemen, thank you very much for the feedback. November 0, Tango India Echo.
Hey, George, isn't it time to retire? Think about how many more states would open up. AA7AV.
Yeah, it's a possibility. That's always an option. And, yeah, I got Scott.
You've been doing that stuff for a long time.
Are you talking to me?
He's having fun. Is he, though? I don't get the sense that he's having fun.
Having somewhat fun. So,
plus, George, you're
we have
not even, you said you're not even practicing. You're just an administrator. I don't think you need a license to administrate.
No, you don't, but Marina might need a license where she's working. And depending on what I do, if I take on any more positions, I would need that. But yeah, that's why I'm kind of looking maybe like 2 years out, and then we'll probably call it quits. But it'd be kind of nice to have some free time. I appreciate that. Let's get Scott in here. Haven't heard from him. I can hear his teeth clicking. He can't wait to get into conversation. KJ6LA, Scott, pick it up.
Hey, boys. No, I'm just doing a flyby here. I came aboard and I just heard James check out, so I thought I'd say hello and say hello to my brothers and say hi and hope all is good. I've been so busy lately, I haven't had much radio time, but Craig, I want to commend you on your live stream on YouTube. It looks really nice. You've done a great job. The display is really beautiful. I just love it. Anyway, the band's kind of funky tonight. Some of you guys come in 10, 20 over, then the next transmission you're down about an S8, S9, so it's kind of weird conditions. Anyway, just wanted to say hi. Hope all is well, and I'll just kind of hang out. N6RRV.
Hey, Scott. Hey, appreciate it. 20 over, man. Sounding marvelous. Sounding really loud, and you got that thing dialed in. Good job.
Hey, boys.
Is that where James gets it from, Scott? Just the drive-by?
I think so. James came in here about 10 over, and he's never been that loud before, so he sounded really good. So I hope to hear him again on the air. It's just kind of like when he gets on, I'm off. When he gets off, I get on. So there you go.
So, Scott, what's your antenna?
I'm on a about 120 foot loop. The top horizontal is about 50 feet, 60 feet up, and the bottom one's about 10 feet up. And that's what I've been on, and I got to do some little tweaking on it. And I'm still in the tweak mode here on my audio, so I haven't had much time to work on it. I got, for Mark, I got some new Command RCA 5751s. God, I had to pay a price for them. They're coming in the nice box, you know the box I'm talking about. I'll be getting a couple of those in the next couple of days, just as spares. It's always nice to have a couple tubes laying around.
Okay. Well, congratulations on that. It's always fun to pick up some commands. Yeah, the audio's sounding pretty good. Looks like you've been following the Trinity adjustment, and it sounds like she's getting dialed in.
Yeah, I love the Trinity. And it's going, yeah, I can't tell you how many hours of tweaking and turning. And I've been talking to Mike a little bit, and Mike is just a wealth of information. And we'll see what happens with this audio for a while. I'm loving this SDX, but I got to tell you, the Anan is a great radio, great receive, got great noise reduction. But there's just something special about the Voodoo SDX. Hard to explain unless you have one and play with it, and it's just a lot of fun. M6RRV from downtown Mission Viejo.
Yeah, it's good to have options right there, Scotty. I'm happy that you got the option to break out whatever radio you feel like it. But yeah, that SDX sounds really good.
You know what's fun? I got a little switch here. I can switch to the left and I'm on the SDX. If I switch to the right, I go to the Anan. So I get the best of both worlds. And I'm looking for another one. Mark, what can I say? We're down that rabbit hole. It's always fun.
Oh. Yeah, all the cool kids have too.
Well, as they say, one is none and two is one. So you got to have a backup.
One or two backups, at least.
Well, those 950s, those things will be relics pretty soon. You got to probably sell them for double the money there, Scotty, and make some money if you ever needed to.
Yeah, that's really not an issue right now. This will go down into the trust. Someday when SD, Scotty Boy is no longer, you know who's going to be picking this stuff up. So it's going to stay in the family, and that's going to be the legacy.
Better hope he's not listening. He may want it sooner.
I was waiting for somebody to pick up on that. You're absolutely right. James, if you're listening, you did not hear what I said. There's a price to be paid for this type of stuff. But, yeah, in fact, Wendy and I are looking at some properties up in Idaho. And maybe soon enough, maybe we'll have a second house up there so we can hang out with the granddaughter. Those of you who have grandchildren know what I'm talking about. You got to see the granddaughter, man, I tell you. So we're going to play with that a little bit. Maybe this time next year I'll have 2 QTHs and maybe a couple stations as well.
Just don't keep one in California because Newsom is going to tax you.
10 grand.
This time of the year, and it's gonna, who knows who's going to replace him, but it can't get much worse than Newsom. You know what I'm talking about, George.
Oh, I do. Well, that Steyer, he may be worse. So get out while you can.
Wait, never throw the gauntlet down and say it can't get worse, because then it will.
And also, last thing I'll say, I don't want to get too political, but there's a discussion. In fact, I ran across a real estate agent from Nevada who was saying that the franchise tax board is very particular about how people leave the state, and if they have anything left in California. Medical, bank account, anything, even though they move someplace else and their residence is someplace else, they'll find other ways to fine you and tax you. So just make sure when you go, everything goes with you.
Oh, a California exit tax, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's not one of those. That doesn't exist.
It's coming, but not the exact tax. The franchise tax board's got another way to collect money and to collect fines, and that's if you seem to say you're out of the state, but you have anything in the state which suggests you haven't actually moved, they're going to come after the money.
Those bastards.
By the way, Craig, you're about 20 over down here, or up here, up here in Mission Viejo. Sounding good.
Yeah, you too there, Scotty. 20 over plus. So, yeah, I like the short skip when it's in. It's awesome. But the band has been so sporadic here. I think I was talking to Mark about this last night. During the daytime, I mean, 40s for the most part shutting down. Although today was a little bit better. It looks like it's coming back here at nighttime. So, but I was just beginning to think that maybe we're on the downward slope of the cycle here, and this is what 40 meters is going to be like moving forward. But it sounds like it's just some sporadic solar storms, or that's causing this. But fingers crossed, we'll have another good summer.
So, Craig, how many people are checking in, listening in on the live stream?
I don't know. Usually the max concurrent people that listen right now is like less than 15 users, like listening to it live concurrently. But then, when you look at it over 24 hours, there's like, I don't know, 100 people view each live stream. 100 people are viewing these, and every night I do it, more and more people view them. So I don't know. I don't really care about that. I really care about is the people that are intrigued by it. We give them the way to listen to it, because right now there's really no way unless they log into an SDR, and even that's not that great. So that's my whole thing here. Is we got a couple people converted already. So a couple Flex guys are going to load Ether SDR into their Flexes. So Andy, if you haven't checked it out, check out Ether SDR. It's an amazing piece of software for your Flex that has way more functionality and features, audio processing and everything than the current software that Flex offers. So we got some people doing that, and I'm going to try and experiment with ESSB.
Craig, do you have any advertisement on there?
Oh no, I'm not trying to monetize this. No, that's the last thing I want to do. I don't want to deal with that. I just want to provide a way for people to listen to your marvelous audio there, Mark.
Well, I mean, when I say advertising, I mean, like one of the West Coast ESSB stickers there, sort of up in the corner.
I haven't done any of that yet. So, in fact, I didn't. I definitely West Coast ESSB, but I tried to stay away from the Audio Punks branding because I wasn't even sure, how that even works. So but we could do whatever you guys want to think. If we get enough traction, we could put some links, whatever, or put some links to some merch stores there, Mark, and because I know there's some merch store, at least it was, right? Didn't someone create one of those a while ago?
Jeff has quite a bit of ESSB merch out there.
Yeah, maybe we could do that. We'll have to see, huh? See if people want to buy some hats. We missed the opportunity, right? Dayton was just there, so too bad we didn't get Jeff all outfitted with some ESSB shirts and hats and all that stuff.
Are people buying that stuff?
I did.
What did you get?
I got the.
What did you get?
The coffee cup.
Oh.
You gotta have a coffee cup, right?
How many ounces?
I have to take a look at it.
It was a double, but Andy won. I don't know. It's not like a huge mug of coffee. I would say standard cup.
Which is what?
Which is a standard cup.
Probably 8 to 10 ounces.
Thank you. 12.
There we go.
12 ounces of coffee. All right. Maybe, Craig, once the ratings, once you get up to several thousand people a night, we can start plugging the West Coast ESSB website.
Yeah, once I get 100 followers, which is, who knows how long that'll take, but Yeah, I'm not. This is a niche thing. For someone to come across this channel that have to be at least somewhat interested in radio, and then on top of that, that have to be intrigued about what is this ESSB stuff. So, yeah, it's definitely a niche thing. But whatever it takes. I figured if I'm out here talking on the radio, I might as well stream it and at least provide value to someone.
So is this like an SDR that you can't tune?
This is just I'm streaming my screen. What you see on my screen is being streamed, that and the audio.
Okay, so it's like going to Utah SDR, but you can't change the frequency.
Right, but the fidelity, the quality is better. Let me put it this way. The antenna is not better and the noise level is not better, but people sound better through the stream than they would through the Utah SDR because it's got better receiver technology for the wider audio.
And if you want it changed, you could just ask Craig to change it.
Yeah, just shoot me a message in chat and I'll change it.
Well, all right. So you would go to something like email or text message to have him change his ham radio frequency so you could listen to his ham radio on the internet.
You just enter it in chat, YouTube chat.
Well, do you have your phone number up there, Craig?
No, I could put yours on, Mark, if you want.
Well, I don't know if my phone could handle the traffic up here.
Yeah, the 20 or so subscribers is too much, huh?
Yeah, his cordless phone doesn't. It's terrible up there. It's like through a tiny straw.
Anyway, there have been some people that SWLing, we come across quite a few of them that leave comments. So people that don't have any radios, we got some technicians that are motivating it. We got another guy who's being motivated to go steady and get his extra because we're streaming down in the extra portion, and he wanted to talk and he couldn't, so he got kind of frustrated and got motivated to go out and take his extra test. So I guess there's some good coming out of it.
And these are people who don't know how to use the SDR?
These I guess some people, who knows why, I don't know. Some people may know how to use SDR. Some people may just know how to look at YouTube and play a video, I guess, or play a stream.
YouTube probably has a more readily accessible footprint. SDR, you got to know, kind of select information to find it. Besides, everybody wants to be around Craig, so he has a significant draw all by himself. KJ6LA.
Exactly, George. I just got a message here on the K6FEJ, counts as an ID fax machine, and it's from SWL 102, and it says ask Craig if he's going to have a fax number.
Fax number, huh? Yeah. Well, the thing about this Mark, I wonder, do you think if someone was streaming FT8 or if someone was streaming other types of amateur radio, would it get more interest? I don't know. I'm just trying to think out loud here. I mean, there's some people that do a bunch of streams, right? And they do everything. They do FT8. They do, once in a while, they'll do DX. Other times they'll do like amateur television. So, but anyway, I don't know. That's not me, but there's all types out there. And maybe someone will just put a camera on a fax machine up there at the cabin and you can stream that and watch the faxes come through the machine.
Oh, wow. That's pretty old school, though. All right. Well, I was just curious on how the SWLs would be able to contact you. But, no, I think it's cool. I think that is a good... I'm 100% behind anything that helps us promote this end of the hobby.
Copy that. Hey, Chris, KB7OBJ, that's all the comment. Thanks for checking in, man. Checking out the stream.
November 7, Charlie, Mike, Juliet.
Boy, I heard that Juliet station very loud.
Yeah, Mike, Charlie, Juliet, go ahead.
Yeah, November 7, Charlie, Mike, Juliet, name is West, Lima Echo Sierra, and I'm located in Kalispell, Montana. I noticed that you guys are running fairly wide audio. It sounds really
Oh, here we go.
good. And anyway, running a Flex and the Ether SDR software here, 6600. So anyway, that's the setup here, over.
All right. Another Flex user that's discovered Ether. Yeah, Ether's a nice piece of software. I'm kind of curious, how long have you been using it for, and what do you think of it?
I've been using it for about 9 weeks now, and I just really like it. I very seldom use my SDR now. This is just a whole nother level, I guess, so to speak.
Yeah, well, you might want to check out the TX filter on Ether. You could drag that filter out to 6 kilohertz and open up the audio and do some wideband. You can do it much easier on Ether than you could on the Flex software there, Riva.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, you sure can. Anyway, just enjoying listening to you guys and whatnot. I'll maybe get back at it there. But keep up the good work. You really do sound good. N7CMJ, good evening from Montana.
AA7AB.
KB7OBJ.
KJ6LA. 73's Les.
And 6RRV. By the way, Montana, you're about S9 down here in Southern California, Mission Viejo. Sound real good.
15 over into Carson City, K5BLS.
Good evening, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
Smitty, good evening.
Jeff, we were just talking about you, Jeff.
Oh yeah, is that why my? Oh well, I won't say what was burning, but go ahead, Mark.
Oh no, we were just talking about the ESSB merch.
Oh God. Okay, go ahead.
I think they have a pill for that, Jeff.
Not this, Andy. It's another story for another day.
Are you back home yet?
Yes, I just arrived about an hour ago.
Wow.
Good Lord.
An hour ago and you're already on the air?
Yeah, see, that's efficient. That is dedication, gentlemen. That's how you run things.
Oh my God, don't you ever want to get away from it just for a little while?
I did. That was called the airplane ride to get here.
No, I meant a little longer than that.
Oh, the 2-day delay you had on the trip back, right, Jeff?
Yeah, the 48 hours that I spent in Dallas. That's the whole nother story we'll talk about some other time.
All right, I was just curious. I mean, I just was on vacation for 9 days and I didn't do ham radio for 9 days.
I did ham radio every day I was gone because that is my hobby. It is what I enjoy. And I love this hobby a lot. It is a part of my life. It is what gave me a nice career. And the career has sucked the life out of the hobby. So I've enjoyed the hobby the last few days. Dayton was fantastic. The delay coming back was not. But I had a lot of fun. Spent way too much money. And here we are.
You may be the first person who has ever said Dayton was fantastic.
Except for the smell.
So,
I was going to say, the stink kind of got to you.
I have a question, Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a ham sexy report from Dayton?
Well, you know, Mark, the only one, honestly, that I have is the one picture, the one photo that I shared on the Facebook page there, if you look, that is definitely a prime category for the Ham Sexy Award for the year.
WB1G?
Yes, you are. And that is the one with the Prius with all the antennas on it and no interior space to even set a Coke down.
Gotta run, guys. N6RV. Hi, Smitty. Bye, everybody. Talk to you soon. N6RV.
7-3, Scott.
What do I... Have a good evening, Scott.
Scott.
See you later, Scott.
So what, where is this picture located?
That is on the West Coast ESSB group on Facebook.
I'll have to take a look. Interesting. And Toyota says they don't want anyone to use a ham radio in their vehicles.
And why?
I'm really not surprised, but this thing had no less than 25 magnet mounted antennas. There might have been some permanently mounted, but I was too busy laughing.
That vehicle was a horrible vehicle to put all that radio equipment in.
Oh my gosh. Well, I missed this photograph. I did catch the one with you in the spacesuit. That was kind of cool, but that is a lot of antennas.
Yeah, well, look at the next photo. It should be in that series of photos from I think it was day 2. I took a picture, at least of the front seat, through the window, and even the back seat was just packed full of crap.
Yeah, I talked to Mark about these photos on the air a couple of days ago. This is the one where there's all those radios down the center console, and then there's more on the passenger seat. Was this real? Were all of those radios hooked up and operational?
Yeah. Andy, if you zoom in on the picture, they even left half of them on while the vehicle wasn't running. But the whole back seat was filled up with crap too.
Does each of these radios cover a different band? I can't imagine why else you would have all these radios.
Well, because that person is the sexiest ham alive.
So these are all on the same bands?
I haven't stopped to take a look, but I am sure that there are a few of those that have overlaps.
So Jeff, where does the guy's wife sit? Right, I'm positive this guy's got to be married. He's got to be a chick magnet with all those antennas on that Prius.
Yeah, chicks love Priuses and love this.
There were certain things that I did not take pictures of, gentlemen, and I'll just leave it at that.
There's no wife.
Facebook.com/08Prius.
KB7 OBJ. Good evening, guys.
Hey, good evening, Chris.
And one NEC. Good evening.
And one NC.
Geez,
good
the
evening.
gang is all here. Good evening, guys.
So, Jeff, did you get ideas about things you're going to be doing with your car?
Quebec.
Let's see. Things that I'm doing with my car. That would be a big 0 no.
But you don't have a wipe to nag. You could do this. I mean, you could have twice as many antennas.
I could, but you know, Andy, I still want a chance to get married.
All right. Well, then, you know what? You're way ahead of these guys because you don't do FTA.
Yeah. I'm not putting my my EQSL card out there for date night on FT8. You're right.
Oh, I found a Facebook page.
Anyhow, yeah, there were other things there of alternate decisions that I decided not to make light of because that's probably what they wanted, so I just didn't.
Oh, you don't want to feed the beast. It would probably just make it worse if you did.
Yeah, exactly. So I just left it alone, but just know that element and those factors were there. It was interesting. Very, very interesting.
So you feel like you got your money's worth?
For a paid admission, yeah, I sure did.
Welcome home, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
To sleep in your own bed tonight? Use your own rig tonight? Man, whew.
Beyond that, Smitty, I've been in the same pair of underwear for 3 days.
Oh, that is a mental image that I will not be able to shake. I'm going to go vomit now.
You know, and I had to share that with you because you know what? We're buddies.
Yeah, I don't know if we're that close.
Wow. Romantic devil, KB6ZYJ.
Oh, Scotty number 2.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to take off. Got to get to work tomorrow early, so I'm going to say 73s. Jeff, good to have you back safe and sound. Everybody, good to hear you from Southern California. Have a wonderful evening and a great tomorrow. Maybe catch you tomorrow. KJ6LA, SoCal. Good night all.
Sorry I scared you off, George. Good evening.
Georgie, good night, brother. 73
Coming through to you. Have a good evening.
All right, George, I don't know if you're going to be able to shake that image. That may come back to you in your dream, but I don't know. Maybe you can take something before you go to bed.
7-3 George Scott, number 2.
Sounds good, Scott, number 2. Yeah, I'm not even going to think about that again because I want to have a restful night's sleep. Good night.
Please, with more manhood, and you know, then that makes us both happy. K5 Beeler.
Have a good evening there, George and Jeff. Did all your merch make it home in one piece? No broken pieces, Cobra 2000s and all the rest of the stuff?
Well, I've only unpacked the suitcases. I've not unpacked the big box yet. The big box does have a hole in it. Kind of surprised about that, actually, because, boy, I put enough pillow wrap, I guess is what you call that, into that box that I was hoping that wouldn't happen. But we'll see. I am not going to go digging into that this evening. I just needed to get my suitcases unpacked, get everything organized, put all the dirty clothes into the hamper, and get ready to go to Fallon tomorrow. I just decided I'm not doing that this evening. After coming back to the apartment here, I'm here. I'm gonna chill out once I'm done with you guys, and we clear off the radio. I'm going to bed.
Take your bottle of melatonin.
I heard Jack Daniels, but yes.
7AB.
Man, one hell of a group here
K5
tonight.
BLS Carson City. I'll start the timer.
The band is sounding really good, too.
Took a long time to get the band back together.
No kidding. Andy, good
On a
to hear
mission
you,
from
brother.
God.
Oh, and then you guys doubled. I heard you. Yeah, good to hear you, Smitty. How you doing this evening? Oh, wow, 8:42, and the band is still running.
Yeah, good to hear both you and Mark out here tonight. I actually flipped on the stream first, and I'm like, hey, look at that group. I'm missing out.
Hey, BJ. Hey, man. Thanks for subscribing from Australia. Awesome, man. Enjoy the stream.
Comms, but good to be out here with you guys.
Well, good to have you on board, Smitty. And Jeff, I went to the guy's Facebook page, and in addition to the picture you took of the inside of the vehicle, there is a board that's supposed to be there that holds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 handhelds. So I sent you the updated version from his website.
Yeah, that's the interior of a different vehicle.
Ah, boy. Well, so there again, that is the crown prize winner for the Ham Sexy Mobile of the Year for Dayton Hamvention 2026.
They both have just tons of radios down the center console, but Mark found one that what is that? 2, 4, 8 HTs, and they're all connected to antennas.
I'm telling you, there wasn't much room on that thing for another magnet mount. I'm surprised that it didn't pull his fillings out of his head.
Oh, I see. It's Brendan. Fooled me there, Brendan.
Now he's filled out the FCC antenna radiation form for each of the antennas, right? Did he have that posted inside the vehicle?
That's a good point.
I had a really good idea, by the way. I think we should make a Dayton Hamvention bingo card. Yeah, Mark gave me, well, all these jokes about the game board and everything like that. I thought that'd be kind of fun, right? Go to Dayton, and first person to get a bingo, maybe one of those items is the old man stank. Maybe that's one of the squares.
Oh yeah. That was definitely a factor on Saturday.
Oh God, Jeff, that one picture you have, I just realized nestled among the radios on the passenger seat are two big old dirty shoes.
Well, Chief, I missed him by that much.
Hey Jeff, did you actually see the character that owns that car, or was the car just parked without anyone in it?
No, when I happened upon it, why am I only at 4K? Jeez, sorry about that, guys. I'm obviously much
Spread
fatter
them wings.
than that, so let's try this here. There we go. Okay, there's some extra semblance for you. Anyway, no, I did not see or know of the owner. I just happened to come across it, and the photo opportunity was there, and I took it.
Well, we're happy you did. And by the way, Whiskey 6, Juliet Charlie Zulu. Jim, you're in there. You're very low to me, and the audio's a little funky tonight. So I don't know what you got going on, but welcome. No. You got something very wrong. Check your transmit filter, check your pants. It's all like 100 hertz. Everything else isn't there. You sound like a subwoofer flexing. See, the speed at which you're talking is actually making it very hard to understand you. Go out to YouTube, the N6MUD YouTube channel, and take a listen to yourself, okay? You'll understand. Just scan back a few minutes and watch the playback, and you'll hear your audio. I'm not copying you well enough to understand. Anybody else?
Negative.
I didn't even know it was him.
Nada.
Hey, FJB. Hey, Loop for the win.
Good evening, gentlemen. How's everybody doing?
Buenos tacos.
He said gentlemen.
Yeah, gentlemen.
What, is there a gentleman on here?
And buenos tacos.
Oh, I've been called worse.
Oh, yes, you have.
Hello, tacos.
Oh, and by the way, Craig, I sent you an email about that software we were talking about last night. So on the email that's on your QRZ page, KB6ZYJ.
Okay, I'll check it out. Thanks a lot there, Scotty, too.
Shoo betcha.
All right, guys, I'm going back to the hi-fi room.
All right, Chris. Well, thanks for stopping in and saying hello for a little bit. Sorry to pull you away from the record player.
That's okay. I wanted to check out what was happening.
Clean off that stylus, all right?
Yeah, Chris, you got a good signal tonight. Sounding good, man. Have a good evening.
Thanks, Craig. Yeah, you're 20 over yourself. You're definitely strong tonight also.
Hey, Smitty.
Scotty.
Just checking.
I'm here.
You know, Jeff, I think the shoes, getting back on the car momentarily, I think that was the air freshener.
Oh.
Gross. KB7, OBJ. Good night, all.
Well, there's a relishing thought that I could
Hasta
do
lumbago.
without, but thanks for looking into it in detail, Mark. Yuck.
I appreciate you going out on a limb and taking the photograph there at Dayton. Dayton wouldn't be Dayton without the ham sexy photo.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't go out and cruise the main parking lot, mind you. You know, certainly I guess I probably could have, but I just decided that was plenty good enough to walk around, you know, wherever I was going at that time, and just, you know, kind of take pictures of random things. That way you guys kind of get a feel of like what's there, what the environment's like, you know, how many people are really there, and how crowded it is. Some of the internal building photos, they just didn't really, when I went back and looked at them, you know, what I was seeing with my naked eye, of course, was like, holy crap, there's a lot of people in here. But, you know, when I would raise the camera up and take a picture, it was kind of like, meh, it didn't have the same impact as the visual in person did, so I just deleted those. So some of them, yeah, they may not really encompass the true scope of things, but, you know, generally it really is an experience. If you're going there looking for stuff, if you don't find it there, it probably doesn't exist. There were a few things that I went there looking for that weren't really there, or people got to them before I did, which is a very good possibility. Like, I found out from a couple friends of mine that they went shopping on Thursday when they showed up and started setting up, because that's what everybody else did since the weather was so nice. And I'm like, well, poop. Missed out on those deals. So if I go back again, I will definitely go a day early and go in and do my early shopping to get the early bird specials. But anyway, it's a great event. It was huge this year, about twice the amount of people as it was the year before last when I was there. The weather Friday was fantastic. It was nice and cool. It was overcast. You know, the humidity was there, but it wasn't oppressive. Saturday, once it started raining, it got pretty miserable, and then the sun came out, which made it even worse. So the problem with that too is that, you know, a lot of the vendors, they'll cover their stuff up, so even though it's raining, you can still kind of walk around, but you can't see anything. So that's when everybody generally goes and they pack into the buildings, and that's when the funk starts.
How many vendors?
There was 2,300 and something, Scott.
Wow.
They completely sold out this year of the tailgating spots.
Holy crap. You couldn't see that in one day.
You know, the most fascinating thing to me is that you would actually consider going back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, not next year, K5 BLS, Carson City.
WB1G.
Sounding a little bit better there, Jeff. At least we can understand what you're saying now. Sorry, Jim.
Holocaust.
And KB6FYJ.
K6FPJ, Lake Almanor.
I can't hear Jim.
Yeah, that was probably a bit bassy.
Oh, I thought that. I hear something. I thought it was someone on the East Coast.
Yeah, Jim, I'm sorry to tell you, you got some real problems going on there. You're better, at least we can kind of hear you, but you sound like an East Coast station coming in on skip or something. So, yeah, man, you got some work there. I'm sorry, man.
Half an ash in it here.
Oh, it's breaking my ears.
Chainsaw.
You can hear him a lot better than I can.
Hey, Jim, I'm going to sum up your audio in like 1 bit here. Sorry, buddy.
That's not the normal Jim we are used to hearing, and I'm doing the whole finger thing like Obi-Wan Kenobi. These are not the droids.
And this is a tough crowd.
Uh-huh.
You're killing me, Smalls.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, yeah, Andy, to what you stated there, you know, I mean that's like the double end of the spectrum. as compared to the World War II deal. That's not even close.
Well, I don't think I understood that. You're saying it's... Wait, say it again?
Well, you compared it to World War II, and I'm like, nah, man, that's the total opposite end of the spectrum there. It is an event. If you've never been to Dayton, then I suggest that you go. There's great food, a lot of good people, a lot of great conversation. You'll find a lot of camaraderie amongst strangers that you never thought that you would strike up conversations with about things. A lot of people there with the same mindset and ideology, looking for the same things, etc., etc. I don't know. It's just a fun event. Everybody there is there for pretty much the same reasons. They're looking for the newest thing. They're looking to meet up with their buddies that they've talked to for a long time, but they've never met face to face. Looking for the new latest greatest antenna or the deal that they're giving away at the because of whatever special discount that they give at the swap meet there. So anyway, all the major manufacturers are usually represented. All the major outlets are usually represented there and typically have some sort of special deals going on. So I don't know, man. Overall, it was really cool. The one thing that I found there that I don't need, but I thought it was a great product, was somebody came up with a retractable dipole that is a complete kit, meaning that it comes in two NEMA not NEMA boxes, they're like Pelican cases. And the one case has 100 feet of RG8X coax, has 100 feet of Dacron, it has two brightly powder-coated orange stakes, it has a hammer, and all this stuff is conformal fit within the Pelican case. The other side of it has a 300-foot retractable dipole that is motorized, and there is a control cable that comes along with it that's also got a 100-foot reel. And you can roll out or roll up the dipole to suit the frequency, and it has a fast and slow switch on it to control the motor. But I thought, man, that is ingenious. So you can actually have one antenna up in the trees or wherever you decide to hang this thing from, but it literally will tune just about any frequency that you throw at it, because of you can adjust the dipole at will. And the fact that I'm stammering here because I'm trying to remember, I think it was $1,100 was the show special that they had for this thing. But what a fantastic product. For just a simple dipole as a one and done. It was all stainless steel. It was all very well constructed. Tentec, I think, was also marketing it.
Yeah, it's been out about a year or two.
So when you say great food, the corn dog vendor was not the only food vendor?
Oh, no, man. I'll tell you what. There's one place there in the middle that always has the longest line, and you better get there early because the line gets really long. They make pork chops, and they are an inch thick, and they are really, really good.
So, Jeff, now I've heard this rumor that when you go to Dayton, it's kind of like the great unwashed masses wandering around there. Is that true?
Well, yeah, that kind of goes along with the whole Dayton stench. The eau de peau, when people get wet and they haven't taken very good care of themselves. And it seems like the older, grayer generation is synonymous with this, because that is when the eau de peau comes out. Yeah, it's pretty bad, like gag-a-maggot bad. I think I explained that the last time we talked about this, but it presented itself again on Saturday, because again, everybody gets rained on, then they run into the inside booths and hang out on the interior so they're not getting wet, but meanwhile it perfumes the air to an unnatural quality.
So would you say this is like Tinder for hams?
No.
There weren't a lot of XYLs there? I mean, you know, single XYL?
No. Honestly, the younger generation, there was a very, very big gap in the generations there this year.
Maybe they needed a band.
I'm thinking they probably got the memo about the odor.
Wow, I wonder if Todd would consider going and performing there.
His silence speaks volumes.
Oh, that was a double. What's that, Smitty?
I was saying, how is Todd? I haven't heard him in a while.
Oh, he's doing well. We talked to him a few days ago. He's getting very close to retirement and definitely looking forward to it.
Good for him.
Yeah, I highly recommend it. We're still trying to get George to do it. He won't pull the trigger.
Well, Jeff, me, and Craig are too young. We're not ready yet.
Well,
poor if we retire
too
now.
young?
I can't retire yet. I got a lot more time to put in.
I gotta win the lottery first.
You can do it young. I did it young. You can do it young.
Smitty, you got to keep working so I can get paid.
And that was a double.
I'm 49,
sorry about that.
so I don't want to stop working yet.
All right, so you're 4 years away.
You retired at 54?
53.
God, good job, man. Congrats.
Oh man, am I envious.
Yeah, it was nice to be able to do it. It wasn't really, it was to take care of my wife, but at least I could do it.
Well, that's definitely the right reason.
You know, that reminds me, that is one thing that I intended to do while I was in Dallas, was to buy some lottery tickets there. Because you never know, stranger things have happened, but blew that opportunity.
Oh, I thought you were going to say get married.
No. All my exes live in Texas.
No, he was going to say check Tinder.
Oh. Hey, by the way, when you were in Dallas, did you have any barbecue?
No. It was a big challenge, K5 BLS for ID, to even get a hotel after the flight was canceled at 9:30 at night, because everybody else, the thousands of other people that were stranded there that evening, were doing the same thing. And I was really lucky to find one hotel in my preferred chain that was willing to come get me from the airport. Otherwise, it would have been another charge that I would have had to incur to get me to wherever they were at. But the one that I ended up choosing, it was right off of the freeway, and there were no sidewalks, no place to walk, and not to mention that it was humid and rainy. So any place that I went, I was going to get soaked, whether it be in sweat or rain.
No BBQ at the airport?
Well, okay, so going out there, I did try one airport barbecue. It was awful. It was absolutely the most embarrassing Texas moment I've ever had.
Hey,
what was the company?
Are you saying Nevada has no lottery?
No, because we have gambling.
Oh, yeah. All right, so you have a different lottery.
Yeah, any casino you walk into. No, the only lottery that I can play is to go over to California, just outside of Gardnerville there, and buy tickets down at the little place down there.
What about Poly Market?
I don't know where that is.
Oh, it's online. You can bet on almost anything, including political assassination.
Oh, so it's kind of like cryptocurrency. Let's pay for something that doesn't exist. Yeah, anyway, So yeah, I was void of any good Texas barbecue, and I wasn't in the Dallas terminal long enough today to go looking around. I just that was the furthest thing from my mind. I just wanted to get the hell out of there. And look at that, I've been back in Nevada 2.5 hours and my sinuses are already plugged up. And it's raining, so, you know, that's how bad my allergies are here.
Oh, what is the biggest allergen there?
Besides Nevada? Nevada.
You're allergic to Nevada, all right. But, no, I mean, I know, I mean, I had a place up at Tahoe. And they had the pine trees and all the yellow pollen would come out, but I didn't know it was down there on the other side of the Sierra too.
Yeah, Andy, I know that around the time, you know, when the pine trees start letting loose and everybody's car up in Tahoe turns that really pretty green color from all the sap and pollen. That definitely affects me, but I think it's probably the sage or the ragweed or, you know, whatever is blowing around in the dust out here. But yeah, just because I didn't grow up out here, my body is rejecting all of it and saying, hey dude, get out of here.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm fortunate I haven't had allergies, not yet, but definitely have empathy for people who do.
It was nice for a week, but yeah, I mean, just getting on the radio, I can hear I'm starting to sound like this now, and it's only been 2 hours.
You just need a bigger 160 cut.
Alright, I need to let somebody else talk, because this has been a lot of me this evening, and that I didn't intend that, but I do appreciate the limelight for a little while. It's been fun. Somebody else come up with something. Let's talk about something else for a while.
Well, we all got to travel to Dayton through you.
I know, vicariously. Well, that's why I posted the pictures where I did, was on, you know, the group page there. That was the most communal spot that I could think of.
All right, well, we'll talk about Mark, who went down to the mines today, and he did the urethane on his benches. Mark, I have one question about this.
Oh yeah, that's hard to top Dayton with that, but yeah, and I will say the new urethane that they have out has no odor and no buzz.
Well, you probably used the water version, right?
I did. I was very disappointed. I thought I was gonna, you know, just get a little courtesy high.
Yeah.
Does that
well,
mean
you
that
bought
every
the
time
wrong
it
product.
rains you have to redo it?
No,
you bought the wrong stuff. You need to get the oil-based stuff.
What was your question?
Oh, I'm looking at this at the bench or the picture that you sent me. Am I correct? It looks like you did not put the urethane on the ends of the boards.
I did. It just doesn't show up well.
Oh, good.
I
Hey guys.
it on there.
Hey guys,
Good.
I think I'm
All
gonna
right,
actually
that's
check
good.
out.
Go ahead.
I'm pooped. I'm gonna check out. I'm punching first to punch the clock here tonight. Good hearing all of you. 7-3. Hopefully I'll catch you guys all tomorrow night. WB1G. Sacred tomatoes.
Night, Smitty.
Have a good evening, Smitty.
Take care, Smitty, and you know what I'm going to tell you. KB6ZYJ.
I will not intercourse anything up.
Hey, good evening, Smitty. W6JC's up.
Good evening, Jim. I actually heard you that time. Take care, buddy. 7-3 WB1G.
You know what the problem was? I forgot I reconfigured my Flex radio to not key my amplifier. So my amplifier was on. I wondered why I didn't hear the relay click.
Okay, well, I can hear you now, but you're overdriving it just a little, Jim. You're starting to get a little bit fuzzy.
Okay, how about now? Yeah, I did see some. It's still clipping a little bit. Let me see. What about now? How about now? Is it still overdriving or is it better?
Oh, that's much better.
Okay, got it.
So yeah, it looks like I gotta turn down the microphone gain and get closer to the microphone. So yeah, probably gonna get close to the microphone, but turn the microphone gain down, so I still get the close-in effect, but without any clipping. So now I'm not seeing any clips on the meter.
Yeah, I'm still hearing it though. It's really bad.
How about now? So now the microphone gain's turned way down, peaking at around -6 dB. Still clipping, or what we got here?
Yep.
Might be overdoing it, but not cool. So, how about now? So this is with the audio channel completely bypassed.
No, that's it's lower, but now you're.
So probably got to work on the EQ settings here, if that's what you're hearing.
Yeah, I think it's just hitting the radio a little too hard.
I have a question for Jim.
Back to the drawing board here. Reset the EQ curve to a flat curve. Let's easily up the treble. So here's the treble. Here's where you get the S's and the T's. And how does this sound? Over.
It sounds like a kazoo. And Mark had a question for you.
That was a great comparison.
That was a good comparison. Jim, I was curious as to if you knew, actually I'm asking for Andy, what the status was of the Easy Hang slingshot. It seems like it's not available anywhere, except maybe one at your store.
The product has essentially been discontinued.
Okay, he went back in the Snoopy. And half an S unit.
He said it's been discontinued.
It's actually been discontinued.
Oh my God. That's horrible news.
Now you gotta use skyhooks.
Or a drone.
Don't forget the file grease.
All right. Well, there's one left in the Sacramento store. So, Andy, you better hop on it.
Well, I don't know. Who wants to spend that much money on a has-been?
You know, don't buy it right away. In a couple of weeks, that thing might end up in the bargain bin.
Wow, what did he say?
He said, hold off. It's going to end up in the bargain bin.
Oh, so a has-been reject.
Oh, can you put it in there tomorrow, Jim?
That's not my decision to make. I'll just show up to work one day and I see a fax coming in from headquarters saying price change bulletin. I see the price on something has been slashed by half.
That's a real shame they discontinued them. Maybe somebody shot their eye out. But I will say, if you need to get a line over a 100-foot tree, that'll do it.
Comment?
Yeah, I wish I had a 100-foot tree.
Go ahead, comment. Go ahead, comment. Okay, go ahead, South Washington.
Yes, sir. Operator Nathan, I'm actually out of Reno. I'm on a motorcycle trip right now. I think I talked to you guys before from my home PCH. Anyway, which slingshot are you talking about? Because I just purchased one earlier this week, and I have it with me here at camp. I used it tonight for the second time ever, and I absolutely love the damn thing. I bought it from DX Engineering, a.k.a. Summit Racing.
Yeah. We're discussing probably the one you have. That would be the new version of the Easy Hang slingshot.
Yeah, I thought it was a little pricey, but it's probably a sole proprietor making it. You know, I get it. They got cost cutters. It's 3D printed. It's got a high-tone fence on it. It's got a black little rubber bag you pull backwards through a hole with a 1-ounce fishing weight.
unfortunately, it sounds like the manufacturer has quit making them.
A7AV.
W6JAC's up.
Probably the last, so.
Yeah, I've had one for about 15 years. I love it.
I forget the manufacturer. I paid $130 for it. It's got some yellow 100-pound test on it. Obviously 3D printed. The color is red plastic, and the handle is detachable. Kind of clips into place. It's got a black balloon, if you will, as the slingshot mechanism, if we're talking about the same.
No, I'm not too sure, Nathan. The one that I have is it's basically a wrist rocket with a super long rubber band that really pulls back a long ways with a fishing reel attached to it.
Okay, I misspoke. I've seen the one you're talking about, I believe, on YouTube. The one I have is not like that. You only pull it back a few inches. Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. It's much longer. That was a cool one.
And welcome aboard. So you're in Reno on a motorcycle trip?
My home base is South Reno. Again, this is Kilo Mike 7, Delta Tango Victor, Operator Nathan. I'm on a week or 10 days, money depending, motorcycle trip. I ride a R1200 RT BMW, pulling a 500 gross trailer with a passenger, and I decided to bring my Icom 7300 with me. I am currently transmitting from approximately, I don't know, let's call it 30 miles straight south of Mount St. Helens, Washington.
Okay, good deal. Are you doing the Discovery Back Country Trail?
There might have been 2 stations in there, but the guy asking about the Discovery Trail, no, that's not what I'm doing. I'm just kind of meandering whichever way the wind blows me. I'm going to do Mount St. Helens in the morning, drive through Rainier, and then go see a long-lost friend in Yakima, Washington tomorrow. And then Saturday morning, I like to start heading north. I want to check out northern Washington. I hear there's a storm coming in Monday anyway. I feel like I've talked to you guys from my Reno station before within the past few weeks.
It's very possible. K6FEJ Lake Almanor.
I have talked to you within the past month or so. I might have talked to you from Wyoming on my last motorcycle trip. I'm the one that told you I grew up 10 miles south of there in Greenville.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Hey, good to hear you again, man. Yeah, Dad was a log truck driver up there. I used to work for Medicine Logging out of Westwood. I don't know if they're still there or not. For a short time, I worked for Collins Pine in Chester. You know, when you live in Plymouth County, you take work wherever you can get it.
That's the truth.
I appreciate the contact, bud. I didn't mean to break up the party. I'm just sitting here at camp. I'm literally in the dark with a campfire about 15 feet away. I'm really impressed with this intent. I can't believe I'm out of this tree canopy here. I'm at about 2,800 feet elevation. I've got the top of my slanted 40-meter inset half wave, no counterpoise. I got the top of it about 35 honest feet in the air. I got the balance at about 6 foot with 35 foot of coax. And like I said, I've got the Icom 7300 with me.
Sounds good. You have a good signal from, for running portable. Definitely. Over S9 here. Andy, are you copying Nathan?
Well, I can tell he's there. It's kind of mumbling that it's competing with static crashes.
Oh, the band must be going long.
Scott, KB6ZYJ in southwestern Mojave Desert, Apple Valley, home of Roy Rogers and Dale Evans. And you're about 5 over 9 down here. Good signal, and your 7300 sounds very good.
Yeah, Nathan, you're S9 into San Diego, N6 MUD.
You're right there with my noise level. I don't know if it's because I don't have a counterpoint on this thing or not, but I'm definitely in the middle of the mountain. Not unless something on my rig is creating a noise storm, but you're right there with it. I got most of you guys about 9 with you. The guy in Lake Almanor, I have the best, so go ahead.
Well, either way, just want to let you know you're sounding good down here in the southwestern portion of the Mojave Desert. And I think Craig in San Diego wanted to tell you something. Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, hey Nathan, N6 MUD, Craig. I'm just going to say you're making it all the way down to the Mexican border, basically 10 or 15 miles north of the Mexican border. You're about an S9, 5/9 into San Diego. Good job.
This is W6JCZ, Jim in Woodland. Just want to say you're around 5/S9 into Sacramento. Over.
Well, you're 15 over here into Carson City. I'm sure you know where that is. Hi, hi. Okay, well, I'm down here at the edge of 50 before you go up Spooner. K5BLS.
W6JCZ, I'm on the Yaesu now. I'm going to call it a night. I'm going to go say more with the Flex, see what I can do before I start turning any more knobs and messing things up even further. I'm going to hit the reset button and start over, maybe with the mic on the thing this time.
20/9 in Reno.
Hey, good luck, Jim. Hopefully you figure it out.
Well, if all else fails, I'm going to go back to stereo tool, but I kind of want to get Windows out of the chain for now, just so they can run everything directly on the Linux machine, rather than using the Flex Radio built-in processing. W6JCZ, y'all later.
7-3, KB6 ZYJ, Mojave Desert. And speaking of that, I think I'm going to turn in also, guys. Time for me to go horizontal, but good to hear you all out here. Hope everybody has a good evening. Good to hear all those good stations out there. Fun night. Listen, guys, be safe out there. Be good, and if you can't do that, don't get caught. KB6 ZYJ, Mojave Desert, Southern California.
7-3 from Washington. Hey, 7-3 Scott. Have a good evening.
73, Scott. Good having you on board.
Yep, good evening, Scott. Yeah, I've been playing Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, so I have no idea where I'm at these days. Operating remote, they just never know where I am.
I'm not so much operating remote as just a bit standoffish.
Hey Jeff, did you see a lot of the hams at Dayton live streaming everything, walking around with their GoPros and their backpacks and their Starlink dishes and all that stuff?
I did. Those bastards wouldn't let me upload the photos to the Facebook page. I had to wait until I got back to the hotel every night, man. I had a 5G ultra wide there, and I could barely surf Facebook to load the page. It was awful.
Oh yeah, man, those guys are sucking up all the bandwidth right there, huh?
Oh yeah, dude, it was bad. It's really bad.
I watched the YouTube. I was scanning YouTube, and I saw some guy walking around Dayton with a GoPro, and then he went to show his face. You know, he flipped the camera around, and you saw his face, and then he had a backpack, and then he had a big pole out of it. Then he had a Starlink dish coming out of the backpack. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, there were some ingenious people there, but yeah, there was a lot of folks walking around doing the virtual hamfest. A lot of folks, people that I had no idea, didn't recognize. I think one of the pictures that I posted up there the first day, Friday, let's see, how did this work out? I was in front of one of the hams that you find on YouTube frequently, and the call sign escapes me. But I saw the face in the rear view mirror, and I went, nah, that can't be. It's Jesus, where's his license plate in here? I can't remember the guy's call sign now. Let's see. Hang on, there it is. K8MRD. So I was in front of him trying to get into the flea market space, and what was funny is I decided to pull off into the Speedway, which is like one of the state's more prominent gas stations where you can get your food, your snacks, your whatever, your coffee, your fountain drinks, and get gas. Get gas as well as the rest of your stuff. So I went in there. I got coffee. I got a couple Gatorades, and I think a soda, and got back out. And because that gas station was there on the corner, just down the street. When I pulled out of the lot, I ended up behind him. So I didn't lose my space in line by taking the extra 10 minutes at least to walk around the store and find out what I wanted to drink for the day. So that was quite funny. That's why I ended up getting the picture of the back of his vehicle with the call sign. But meanwhile, he was sitting behind me. So anyway, that was very interesting.
AA7AB.
And 6MUD. Well, I guess another year down on Dayton, so it's going to be probably a couple years before you venture back there by the sounds of it. So I guess you can only take so much of that, right?
Well, hell, in this case, I got to let my bank account rebuild because I'm probably about $500 over what my spending budget was for travel because of the extra 2 days in Dallas. So that really socked me. I did not plan on that at all.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's always that risk, right? Whenever you travel, but I don't know, man. I still, even though it costs you $500 more than you expected, I'm sure. Sounds like you had a great time, and sounds like it was well worth the trip, even though it cost you a little bit more than you budgeted. So, but one of these days, I think I'll go out there just to go out there once, just to experience it all, because I've heard so many stories about it. And all of the ham events I've been to, which is few and far between, have all been really small, and I don't know. I feel like not a true representation of what Dayton would be like.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been told that the Huntsville Hamfest is actually pretty close to Dayton, but I've never been there. I've just been, what I have heard, as they say, through the grapevine. I'm definitely not going next year. I will probably go the year after. So I'll do like every other year if I can, as long as my friends stay alive. It was nice to be able to see some of my friends from the DC area and Ohio and things like that. As long as they're still there, there's ancillary reasons for going back to visit. One thing that I did get to do, I'm sure you guys have heard a lot of buzz about this with the Big Bucky's Travel Center. I don't know if I posted any of those photos up there or not, but I did actually go into Bucky's, which is right down, it was one exit down from where my hotel was. 100 gas pumps, and it is half the size of a super Walmart. It is absolutely incredibly huge, and no semis allowed. This is only for vehicles and RVs.
Jesus, 100 gas. So it's basically Costco on steroids, then, basically, right? I'm assuming that there's going to be huge lines there, but with 100 gas pumps, is there that much volume, that many people wanting to pump gas there?
Oh, dude, this place was packed. I went there twice. First one was just a photo op on the outside, and the second one was to go inside. Both times when I was there, most of the gas pumps were full. Their prices were better than everybody else. But it is like the super truck stop for motorists, and the swag that they have takes up half the store because it's like a tourist destination in and of itself. So they have a whole merchandising area inside and a knick-knack thing. It's almost like a Hobby Lobby halfway through it, with the little knickknacks and crafts and doodads. But then there's a whole section of the store that has nothing but products with their logo on it, and some of them are actually quite heavily discounted. I saw a 3-person pop-up tent with a big Buc-ee's logo on it for $30. I thought that was rather impressive. Anyway, so if you think of it, they probably have it. From magnets to lanyards to stickers to shirts and sweaters and tents and all sorts of other things, coolers, etc. But the food offerings there are amazing. They have an entire section of different varieties of beef jerky. Can you believe that? I mean, just about anything that you can imagine. I mean, it was some ridiculous number of flavors of beef jerky. Plus, they had a very large barbecue area. They made their own fudge in the middle of the store. They had ice cream. Even the coffee dispensers were amazing. How often do you see an open cooler with the I'm trying to think of the name of those things. I can see the bottle. Anyway, the coffee flavored creamers, where it's actually in the bottle that you would buy to put it in, just sitting in there. They don't give you the little packets. They don't have the cool little chiller. It's the actual bottle, and when the bottle gets empty, they throw it away and they open up another one and they put it down in this little open air cooler. It's crazy. There's like 30 coffee pots there. All the stuff is brew on demand, so it never sits around. It's a pretty impressive place. I gotta say, I was very impressed, and clean, very clean.
Awesome. Well, it sounds like that was an experience in itself. I've never heard of that before. They don't have that, obviously out here. So, but I'm just surprised at that many pumps that they'll all occupy. They must have been like Costco gas prices, right? But without the line. So, good deal.
Yeah, pretty much their gas prices out there were hovering right around $4.20 a gallon, and that place was under $4 for regular. So, yeah, everybody was going there. K5 BLS Carson City. I would put it at somewhere around 60. Well, good evening, Hawaii. You are about S9 here in the Carson City, just below Lake Tahoe. Yeah, there was somewhat of a gamut, but not as many young people this time as I have seen in the past. There were small groups running around, but not as prominent as they had been. Generally, it was the 30 to 60-ish people, and then the 60 to God knows how old, running around in the little ham scooter cart things. There were some folks there that, man, they just loved being there. They could barely move and walk and get around, and God bless them. They were out there trying to do it. Roger. Well, like I said, if the stuff is out there, that is the place to find it. There was a lot of old boat anchors. There was, what's funny is there was a lot of people that would walk along and they would take pictures of the old boat anchors, but they wouldn't want anything to do with them. However, there was a select group of folks that they were just oohing and eyeing and gushing over them. And, I had one of those back in the day, and I did this, and it had this tube, and, then there was those spurs of conversations that would kick up outside of the tent that they were selling from. And anyway, it was interesting to kind of do people watching and listening. It makes you wonder what triggers somebody to pull the trigger to do something that severe. But I don't know. A lot of these folks, they don't subscribe to the being online. They don't want to learn. There were those folks. I don't need a cell phone. I don't want to be online. I don't want to do any of that crap. I don't want them to know where I live. You could hear it echoed all over the place. It was very interesting sometimes to listen to some of the conversations. Okay, Rick. Yeah, you're peaking 5 over here into Carson City. I'm on a 75-meter delta loop, running about 800 to 1,000 watts. Depends on how loud I talk, but yeah, you're coming in here great. Oh wow! Well, you have the cheater, salty ground plane around you that is making up for everything. Okay, well, 73s for now, and thanks for stopping in and saying hello. K5 BLS Carson City.
N6MS.
Good evening, Mike.
Good evening. I thought I'd get on my radio with something I know how to use. Got off my TV. It's got me totally frustrated.
Too many buttons to push, eh?
About one TV. I just put in a new 5G internet and a Nighthawk, Netgear, and I finally got that working. And one TV's got Roku, the other one's got Firefly, the other one's got Spectrum, streaming, and it's just maddening.
Oh boy, more technical challenges. Well, I'm not sure where Mark and Andy took off to, but Craig and I are in here. Not sure who else is lurking in the shadows.
I did hear the guy from the Big Island. He was coming in pretty good.
Oh my goodness, I've been, about 3 hours? Yeah, 7, 8, 9, yeah, about 3 hours. I can barely breathe out my nose. I haven't been like this in a week since I left, and I'm here 3 hours and my nose is plugged up. I am definitely allergic to Nevada.
Yeah, make sure you grab your Emitrax or some type of allergy medicine there, Jeff. I take one of those pills every day.
Yeah, I'm about ready to run to the bathroom here and hit the nasal spray because this is irritating. Plus, I sound like crap.
You sound like you're getting sick, man. Hopefully you're not getting sick.
Me fire smoke.
Yeah, that was a double. Say again, Mike.
I said if you were in Valencia, you could breathe some of that smoke from the Simi fire.
Oh, no. I'm sure there'll be plenty of that here. Somehow, some way, because California can't keep itself from burning to the ground. All their smoke ends up over here in Nevada because of the inversion. And the air quality here at some point later this year is going to be absolutely tragic, and I'm going to be bitching about that too.
Yep, well, there were fires here long before people, so it just comes with the territory.
Yeah, but the fires are a lot more controllable in California without politicians and bullshit getting in the way.
Well, the Indians used to set the fires to clear the brush because it was good for game, and nothing clears that brush anymore, so you know, you have that fuel just builds up over 10, 15 years, and it's going to go.
Yeah, they just really don't do a good enough job with conservation work to help prevent some of these massive fires. Yeah, I'm going to run in the other room, guys, and hit the nasal spray. I'll be right back. K5BLS.
All right, Jeff, catch you in a little bit. And, yeah, good evening, Mike. How's it going, Mike? You look like you're a little narrow on the Hermes this evening. You gonna widen up a little bit?
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna switch it here. No, I was talking to those low landers, so you got to go narrow.
Yeah, roger that. You sound a little bit better there, so good deal. So the fire, it sounds like it's it's not going to encroach on any houses and that, right? Is that correct, or are they still evacuating people, or is it in the free and clear now? Do you know?
Oh no, it's not contained very much at all. They're kind of directing it away from the big, the tracts of houses. I'm sure there's little houses here and there that are burned, but mostly in the kind of remote area. So they're kind of keeping it in the wild and putting all their efforts on the fire lines and bulldozing the brush in front of it where there's housing districts.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, hopefully they get a handle on it soon. I was looking on the watch duty. There's fires all over the place in California. I mean, so far, knock on wood, we had one yesterday or maybe the day before in San Diego, but it wasn't too bad. But there's a ton of fires up in north of LA, so it doesn't even seem like it's that hot yet. We only got up to 73 today out here, so we're not even in the beginnings of the peak of summer, and there's already a ton of fires.
Yeah, it's not real hot, but it was 88 today, so I guess that's pretty warm for this time of year.
That's true. Yeah, I guess it for that area. But anyway, I just don't remember there being so many fires so early in the season.
Yeah, it just depends on the humidity. When it blows and everything dries out, the humidity gets down into single digits, then, this is the slightest thing will set it off.
The operator, I think it was Richard, the guy out there on the motorcycle. Are you still listening? Okay, I guess he's signed clear, but he was towing a trailer on his motorcycle, and he was stopped off camping somewhere, and he threw up an antenna and doing a pretty good job down here to San Diego.
Wow, a trailer on a motorcycle and radio. Yeah, that's an adventure.
There was a guy back east that used to run around with a Honda Goldwing, and if I remember correctly, I think he used to have a 1,000-watt linear in the trailer, and he used to have a one of the screwdriver style antennas. I'm not sure which brand, but he was pretty, if you will, famous for the time for running around with a Honda Goldwing operating HF.
He must have had a big fat alternator in that bike to power that linear for 1,000 watts mobile.
Yeah, I'd have to ask a few friends. I'm sure they know what his call sign was, and I'm positive there's probably pictures floating around, but yeah, a lot of people knew him.
Hey, Mark, are you still out there? FEJ, did you, I didn't hear him sign. I'm not sure if he's lurking or what happened there.
I'm taking care of the kitties, but I was listening to Uncle Jeff's Dayton stories.
Okay, I thought maybe we put you to sleep there, Mark. But all right, taking care of the kitty cats. Definitely a high priority, that's for sure.
I'm back here lurking and listening.
Story time with Uncle Jeff.
Anyway, Jeff, hopefully that box is not a sign of what's to come when you open that box of the merchandise that you purchased from the SWAT meet up there at Dayton. Hopefully it's just all cosmetic and those Cobra 2000s pristine, just like you picked them up as.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention earlier, Mark. My big acquisition from the swap meet was I caved to buying a, well, nearly mint looking, anyhow, Cobra 2000 base station with 2 speakers, not just 1, 2. So, anyway, I think I got a pretty good deal, especially compared to what people are just grossly asking for on eBay right now for those items. I got it back to the room, plugged it in. It appears to receive, it appears to transmit, and it has the channel modification done, and there is a power potentiometer mounted on the back panel that I found for the drive of, I'm assuming, the carrier power, and some other boogering inside, so I'll have to undo that. But physically, from the front, it looks nearly mint.
If you get on that, how many people are still on CB?
Well, you know, I think it's really area dependent. I mean, geez, every time I've gone down to 11 meters, there's a bunch of people out there. Just depends on who you want to talk to. But in the Carson area here, surprisingly, there's a whole bunch of people that hang out on channel 19 of all places. I thought that was kind of strange, but, you know, whatever. So there are some folks out there, you know, just gotta look around. The respect factor and inclusion factor, or mentality, I guess, I don't know. Anyway, it's pretty good, at least in this area. Everybody's pretty respectful and decent to one another. There's another guy, I'm not sure if he's still doing it, but he was about a year ago. It's one of my neighbors here, somewhat local, and I bumped into him, and he kind of does the same thing on the weekends. Maybe it's Fridays, like GFD does with the old tube radio network on Saturdays with the radio net. He does a local one here and streams it on YouTube. So you know, there is a little bit of a community there.
So
some kindred spirits up there, and are they in Fallon or out of Reno?
No, all the people that I have talked to have been here out of Carson City. I'm sure there's people in other places. I haven't spent a whole lot of time down there to listen.
Do you plan on actually operating that radio there, Jeff, or is it just more for your childhood memory? Because I know when I was like 12 years old, that's my dream radio was a Kerber 2000. I couldn't afford one as a kid, but I'm assuming that thing just kind of sit up on a shelf somewhere and be admired, or are you actually going to try and use it? I'm just kind of curious.
We'll kind of go with the answer is yes to all of that. Even the one, if you remember, when I was coming back from Ohio the last time, I found that original Sears Road Talker 40 sideband base station out in Toledo, the western part of the state, and I spent the whole day driving out there and then driving back to go get it. Because that was the first real chicken band radio that I had as a kid that spurred this whole unnatural phenomenon to bring us where we are right now. And that thing works. It still works great. That one's not boogered either. Nobody had their golden screwdriver in it. But, I mean, good God, the thing was in the box with the packing styrofoam. The screws from the screw packs had never even been opened. I mean, wow, what a deal that was. So anyway, I would like to try to restore it and get it working to the best of its prime, and replace all the capacitors in there, and stabilize it, keep it working. Because when I pass away someday and somebody gets a hold of it, they're gonna be just as enamored and prideful as I am. That like you said, Craig, was kind of like the Cadillac of the day. It was either that or the HR 2510, and I have one of those too.
Yeah, well, the Cobra 2000 came around before the 2510, so, but yeah, the Cobra 2000, man, everyone I heard on those radios sounded really good of a Silver Eagle and all that stuff. So. And it looked cool. Like it had the wood grain on it. It looked like it was like furniture, and it's the only radio like that there's other ones, but that was that was a radio that I would have loved to have as a kid, but it never happened.
Yeah, and I had one as a teenager. Boy, that took a long time to pay for, man. When you're delivering papers, that was a lot of money to save up to buy one of those. And I'm not sure at what point I decided that was a good idea to get rid of. If it was a car purchase or a guitar purchase, one of the two. Those ended up being the big thing for a while there for me. So anyway, yeah, it was definitely a prominent fixture on the desk. Yeah, that thing takes up a lot of horizontal real estate. K5BLS.
I kind of missed that CB era. Back in the 60s, when you thought of CBers, you thought of a guy wearing, suspenders, missing a few teeth, and driving a truck. But, that was just where I was at the time. Over.
Jesus, he just described me.
Suspenders, or it could be overalls, either one.
Yeah, geez, man, that's like almost to a T. Anyway, yeah, I get you. Yeah. What's funny is that back in my day, for using the CB, there was a really good group of people around. A very large community. It spread over several communities, actually, several cities, and we would all get together pretty routinely for clutches, coffee breaks, dinners, whatever, and then there was so much fun that we'd sit out in the parking lot all night and chat with each other, and then go home. And the next night, then we're on the radio talking about the get together and the dinner and the sitting in the the parking lot. So it was a good group of folks. That definitely is how I got my start and why I fell in love with radio. things, a lot of things, and that camaraderie and community has definitely shifted. You just don't see too much of that these days.
I think my focus at the time, we were into, you know, bicycles, dirt bikes, anything with a motor on it. That's kind of what we were focused on.
Yeah, there was definitely the antenna wars, though. Yeah, people trying different antennas, trying to, you know, one up or outdo, you know, the other folks there. And one of the ones I seem to remember that really was surprising at how well it worked was the super scanner, which is basically 3-phase dipole arrays, and had a little switch box. So it was like having a beam without having to have a beam. And you could switch back and forth really quick, but that thing worked really well.
Well, we tried not to double with each other, but wasn't that kind of the point then? You'd intentionally double and try to overpower the other guy to see who had the biggest signal?
Yeah, there was that. Yeah, the more harmonic distortion and higher pitch you could get to the audio, the bigger winner you were.
Yeah, the more raspy, the more, you know, 150% modulated sound, the louder you were, and the more people that could hear you. It's just such a different mentality on that band, you know.
Yeah, and on certain channels it hasn't changed much. Channel 6.
Well, we were into distortion back then. You know, my first project for my neighbor was a guitarist. He had a band, and I made him a fuzz tone box, and that was quite a deal then. They weren't really out yet.
Yeah, Colorado Mike really did me a solid a couple of years ago. I was talking about trying to find an old Turner MB+3 power microphone. I always liked that one because it didn't sound like a D104, and it had a little bit of compression to it, and was clear, but it was still loud. And he had one sitting on the shelf in a box and sent it to me, and wouldn't even accept postage from me. So I have one of those that I had as a kid. So I have pretty much everything now. I think I'm only missing one radio, and I'm probably going to be pretty hard pressed to find it. I've seen a couple of them, but man, they were in ratty shape. And that's a Nalenko DJ580 dual band handheld transceiver. Not too many of those left kicking around that are in, you know, good usable shape, but that was the first real ham radio that I bought once I got my tech license, and oh boy, that thing was expensive for me at the time. So pretty proud that I had that one.
Yeah, my first ham radio, actually is a Yaesu, which, by the way, I don't like Yaesus now, but it's a Yaesu VX5 handheld. And what made me get that handheld, I thought, well, it's aluminum handheld, or a metal case. I had no idea how hot that thing got. So I still have it today, my VX5. I don't ever use it, but that and my unit and ground I still have from back when I was like 10 years old. Unit and ground with all of the channel mods and all the other stuff, and my Superstar 3900. But yeah, my VX5 was the first amateur radio I ever got.
Really? Wow, that's interesting. A VX5. Yeah. Well, the more you run a handheld on high power, the hotter it gets. And boy, I tell you what, that 580, when I got that, I used it as a mobile, I used it as a base station, I used it as a handheld. And yeah, I had to do kind of the same thing that you're talking about with the heat mitigation. I actually built a metal bracket that I would put the belt clip over to help dissipate the heat off the handheld. You know, 5 watts wasn't quite as efficient back in the early 90s as it is now, but even now, eventually those things get pretty boiling hot if you have to run them on high power.
Yeah, N6 MUD. I didn't think that built for that, but anyway, I still have it, man. I should fire it up and put it on All-Star, because I'm sure it'd work fine. I just have to figure out a battery or at least power supply for it, some type of plug. But yeah, man, that thing was a beast. It even did 6 meters. That's the first radio I ever did 6 meters on, was that little handheld.
Yeah, and then Mike, you were talking about a handheld CB.
Yeah, it's a realistic TRC 216 40 channel. It's got about a 7-foot whip on it, telescoping.
Yep, I believe I probably had one of those back in the day too.
I had one of those.
One of them that works, it has no display, and the other one has a display, but you can't power it up. So I'm gonna maybe switch some parts around and see if I can get one working.
I had one of those realistic handhelds that had crystals in it, that had like 6 channels, and it took a bunch of D-cell batteries. That was my first 11-meter radio handheld.
This one has double A's, but it takes like 9 of them or 11 of them or some ridiculous amount of battery.
Yeah, I had one of those back in the day for a while. I think I quickly got rid of it though. I didn't find it too useful. I did take it out one night walking around, just to kind of be cool as a kid, and anyway, just found it to be very cumbersome, especially with the amount of trees that we had in that area. That big long antenna just got caught up in everything. Plus the batteries ran down pretty quick. Things aren't as efficient as they are now. But yeah, God, that was a long time ago. I had forgotten about having the handheld. Mine was not a crystal-controlled one, though. The only crystal-controlled handheld that I had was actually a crystal-controlled scanner when the Radio Shack in particular sold the crystals, and typically they would only stock the frequencies for the city or the cities closer to whatever store you were at. And if you went into a different area, you had to go buy new crystals, and you couldn't trade them in, you just had to buy new ones. So that was interesting. I don't even remember, maybe I took them to a hamfest. How I got rid of those or sold them to other people. Boy, some of the memories just have slipped out the other side from having my head tilted too far over.
N6 MUD. Well, I don't know, man. Most of the people I talk to on amateur radio did start out, even if they don't want to admit it, they did start out on 11 meters. There's been a handful that maybe didn't, but I mean most of them did, because the lowest barrier to entry, right? You want to see if you like radio. You don't want to study your butt off and take a test and then go and find out you don't even like it. So why waste your time? So lowest barrier to entry, 11 meters, and it's the gateway to this hobby for a lot of people. I'm not sure if it's still that way. We should talk to Smitty about that. He's the one that does a lot of the VE exams, but it'd be interesting to see how many of the current people that get their licenses these days, how many of them still use 11 meters or used 11 meters, right? Maybe they just have got other reasons to get their license, but I'd be curious if it's still the same trend.
Well, my entry level was a little Bofang, and that got me started, and that's probably the most expensive cheap radio I've ever bought.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of those doorstops floating around out there. I know one of the emergency managers for one of the counties out here is a Bofang fanatic, and that's all he's got. I just need about 6 or 10 of them. That way, if one goes bad, I'm not going to blow all my money on buying one of those fancy ones if I can have 6 more. Anyhow, yeah, I definitely have an aversion to those. I only own one of those style of radios,
and it is a Quanshang. Weird name to say. But the main reason I bought it was, one, because it had pretty good reviews, and I see why. Once I finally got one and got it in my hand, I mean, it's about $100, and it does CB, FM, of course, 6 meters, 10 meters FM, 2 meters, a little bit of 220, it's like 100 milliwatts or so, and 440. The second and the third order harmonics on 2 meters and 440 are fine, although the other bands are, yeah, pretty borderline of whether you should be using it or not, at least on high power anyhow. But nice dual VFO, dual watch, has good scan features, it's comfortable in the hand, and the battery on that thing lasts forever. Man. Anyhow, so cool little radio for about $100.
What do you think of the Zygo? Or Zygo?
Hit and miss depending on what model.
Yeah, I was thinking of the G90. They look pretty cool, but I see them on the scope and they look pretty dirty.
Well, again, hit and miss. I mean, we've talked to a lot of folks with G90s out there that have stopped by.
I do think it's handy the way they have that little bolt-on amplifier, which gets you up in, I don't know how many, takes you up to 100 watts maybe from the 30, and it integrates pretty well. They're pretty handy for throwing in a backpack.
G90s are really good bang for your buck. Rob, N7E and D was on a couple nights ago out of Arizona, Phoenix area, and he was on 20 watts, and granted he had it hooked up to his big dipole antenna, but he was 20 over 9, Mike, 20 over 9 on 20 watts on a G90. I thought that was pretty good to San Diego.
Yeah, that is pretty good.
Well, fellas, it is 10 o'clock, and I'm feeling every single bit of it, too. It's been a long day, well, long 3 extra days for me, and I think I'm finally starting to bottom out. So, as nice as the band is holding up here at 10 o'clock, I'm very surprised by this. I am going to have to bow out. Just had enough for the day. I would like to try to get back to my normal schedule here, which is about now when I would go to bed, 9 to 10 o'clock, so that works out. Try to get myself back in track here. I've only got 4 days before I have to go back to work again. It was not supposed to be this way. I was supposed to have 6 days and 6 days of vacation, out of town anyhow, to try to get things done. So I'm going to call it quits. So 73s all the way around, and all the SWLs wherever you're lurking. We know you're there somewhere. We'll catch up with you guys maybe tomorrow evening. We can try to pick things up again, and hopefully I won't sound like I have my fingers shoved up my nose. This is really irritating. So, have a good night, fellas. K5BLS.
All right, Jeff.
I'm going to check out, too. I got to go up to 80 and talk to a fella. Catch you later. KM6MS out.
Catch you later, Mike. And Jeff, you're still 20 over, man, which is amazing for 10 o'clock at night, 20 over 9. It's that, yeah, you're in Costin, so it's got to be the loop, right? Hi. All right, man. Yeah, I'm getting tired, too. I'm gonna pull down the stream. It's been a fun night on the radio. Thanks for all your Dayton stories. And, yeah, we'll look forward to maybe catching you tomorrow out here. If you're recovered, rest, get some sleep. Maybe polish up some of those radios, some of that gear you got from Dayton. Anyway, I'll catch you later, Jeff. Have a good evening. K5BLS in the group, N6MUD 73s.
Okay, yeah, you're pushing 25 over here too, and like I said, I'm doing anywhere from 600 to sometimes 1,000 watt peaks. Just depends on what I say and how loud I say it. All right, Craig, have a great evening. Thanks for the feed. We'll have to go back and review it tomorrow.
73s for now, K5 BLS.
Yeah, something weird on the tube. I set it up wrong. I didn't turn on DVR, so you can't, like, at least for right now on this stream, you can't, like, take that little red dot and reverse it. You should be able to definitely watch the stream, you know, tomorrow morning, no problem. But you won't be able to, like, reverse it or fast forward. I don't know. Anyway, next stream I'll set it up. I'll make sure I won't do that same mistake. Have a good evening, Jeff. 7-3s.
Yeah, learning curve, no biggie. K5 BLS.
All right, guys, we're going to shut down the stream. Thanks for your participation. It's been a fun evening here on ESSB West Coast. Catch you guys tomorrow. Thanks for the support.